Σχέδια. Σας καλωσορίζουμε στην ημερίδα που διοργανώνει
organized by the region. Dear Governor of the region of Attica, thank you very much for the trust and the promotion of the work of climate crisis on the issue of this high interest. It's a particular honor for us that you are today here at our conference, the chair of the Committee of Environment of the Hellenic Parliament, Mrs. Theodora Avgelinopoulou, Mrs. Haraka Fandari from Syriza opposition party, representatives of universities and research institutes, and representatives of NGOs, and all those who responded to our invitation. We start with our host, the governor of the region of Attica, Mr. Giorgos Patoulis, who is to address the conference.
Κυρίες βουλευτές,
MPs, ladies and gentlemen, mayors, professor, dear colleagues from the local administration, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great joy to welcome to this conference organized by the region of Attica through the General Directorate of Sustainable Growth and Climate Change. I wish us all to avoid the term crisis, having the hot topic adaptation of climate change, policies, plans and implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, in the region of Attica, we are quite serious when it comes to climate crisis, and prospectively, it is even more important climate adaptation, how our societies will adapt to the new environmental, financial, social circumstances created. This conference is organized as a first but substantial step to convey a message of paramount importance. What we're already doing across all levels are many vis-a-vis what was going on in the past, but it's quite few compared to what is ante portas through our future steps. We would like also to welcome the mayor of the 3Bs in Greece, this Vouliagmeni Vari, and
το λόγο αυτό χρειαζόμαστε επίμονες
and Vula and Varkiza rather, and
προσπάθειες που θα
we need systemic efforts that will combine science, climate change and crisis, the art of political leadership with the efficacy of sound entrepreneurship and the markets. Climate change is undoubtedly a menace for all people with no borders, and of course all regions on planet Earth do not stay intact. Climate change is costly in terms of human life and money. Since 1980 until 2020, more than 138,000 people lost their lives in the EU due to adverse weather conditions, but also due to the climate change. The impact for the economy, preposterous. More than 5 billion euros is the financial cost of floods when it comes to rivers in Europe on average, while the annual cost of wildfires in forests in Europe amounts to 2 billion euros. The UN and the European Union for many years move on with different initiatives to institutionalize plans and policies. Thus, together, along with the 17 objectives of sustainable growth set by the UN and adopted by more than 150 nations, there is one objective. We have the objective of a climate neutral Europe until 2050, in the framework of which we include the European Green Deal. Furthermore, lately, we can see highlighted as a new dynamic role climate diplomacy for the promotion of aspirational goals, but also activities on the climate worldwide. Planning to tackle climate crisis is included at the national level. Yet lately there was the vote of the national climate law, transition in neutrality and adaptation to climate change, a very important step, an institutional one I would say, that will create positive impact. Specialization of the institutional framework at the regional level happens mainly through regional plans for our adaptation to climate change. It is about plans that should be implemented so that the regions can become less vulnerable to climate change and its impact. The region of Attica has already fulfilled the drafting of the regional plan of adaptation, since there has been a prior analysis of vulnerability across all sectors, that is, climate scenarios, taking into account the different priorities of every regional unit, as well as synergies with the adaptation plans of neighboring regions in the framework of a sustainable growth, but also enhancement of resilience in our Attica vis-a-vis climate crisis. The region of Attica has already started with the implementation of different measures, actions to adapt through the creation of an observatory on climate change and the first pilot implementation financed by the regional program of Attica, the plan of which will be presented shortly, Madam Director. Moreover, we are moving on with the implementation of different initiatives in the field of transport and infrastructure, one of the most vulnerable sectors for the region of Attica vis-a-vis climate change, as well as in all other sectors where Attica is quite vulnerable. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear partners in the region, dear mayors, colleagues, climate crisis is galloping and it is manifested in a multifaceted way, meeting different needs and contingencies, but also building resilience in cities and in regions become more and more a golden rule for us to adapt beyond this climate crisis. Our experience from the different summers of the obvious wildfires and the new forms that we were able to see. We had some problems with Vula, Mayor, you know that. These are issues that will also create floods. So we must take into account all these scenarios to forge a framework within which we shall shape a modern integrated policy of civil protection and tackling of different phenomena. In this framework, when it comes to policy of adaptation and when it comes to pilot programs from Greece and Europe, obviously this will happen through our region, and this is discussed and will be discussed through this conference, different ideas, different views. I'm pretty sure that this will be helpful to all for a better, speedier, and more effective adaptation of our societies into the new data of climate crisis. Having said that, obviously, I would like to wish us all fruitful proceedings, and I would like, once again, to focus on the following fact. I will always be close to you, close to a meticulous effort made by the General Directorate of Sustainable Growth, you personally, Madam, Mrs. Yiannopoulou, and all your people that are close to you. And of course, results of this debate will become a beacon for us in the future. Thus, we shall see a trigger for our future action that will make us more resilient in Attica, that will give us a better possibility to act in the different issues of our societies. Having said that, what I would like to highlight is that in the new regional program for Attica 2021-2027,
53%
53% more resources than the previous one, that is the current one, 2014-2020.
action
There have been access that will help resilience and security in our Attica. We are in a continuous consultation with the municipalities, and we shall continue our effort towards that. Of course, through climate crisis, as I have repeatedly said, we can also see the issue of management of solid waste, Professor, something that Attica, and I promise that to you, Attica will have rather a totally different image from its last rank will go first, and we shall be iconic about how we manage our solid waste, not just with burying them or through different plants, but we shall be iconic when it comes to sorting at the source and through the possibility that we shall give to the citizens themselves in order for them to tackle this issue. I wish us all the best. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for creating this beautiful event. And I wish us all fruitful results, and we must be all united to face all these problems that can be faced, provided that we know them in depth. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε.
Thank you very much, dear Governor of the region, as well as all the mayors and the regional councillors and everyone I forgot to mention earlier. We continue with the Minister of Climate Crisis and Civil Protection, Mr. Stylianidis, who will be addressing us a recorded speech because due to other obligations, he was unable to be here today. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the region, and in particular, Mr. Patoulis, the governor of the region of Attica, for the special invitation that I address this extraordinary scientific meeting. But I'm terribly sorry that due to already undertaken obligations, I was not able to be there with you. It would have been great, even for me, after seeing the agenda, and it would have been a great day. I would have wished to be there. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do so. Of course, all the speeches will be addressed to my desk so that we will be able to integrate in our day-to-day action and philosophy all the useful conclusions we will come to. This is why I would like to congratulate all the participants, first and foremost, those who organized the event, as well as all the scientists who participate in it with their serious and pioneering scientific announcement. Apart from that, it is an extraordinary initiative that brings to the forefront the greatest challenge of mankind itself, the need that is to adapt ourselves to the new climate crisis and the harsh environment that all this creates to us. Dear friends, it is impossible not to acknowledge that climate crisis is there. Those who try to deny it forgive me for saying that, have already failed or are already a laughing matter. Unfortunately, much fake news has been spread around because more and more often are we witnessing the consequences of climate crisis, and we do not only see this the the impact of that on the environment itself, but also at every sort of ecosystem, as well as the economy, our day-to-day life, the whole society, as well as our health itself. Thus, having a toll on our everyday life. So we are experiencing extreme weather phenomena. We see more and more temperatures rising, leading to extended heat waves, and at the same time, whereas at the same time, torrential rain leads to floods, and all this becomes ever and ever more and more frequent throughout the planet. A simple example of that would be what we had in the United States of America just 15 days ago. The recent mega fires in California led the authorities of the states to be talking about fire year rather than a fire season. So they're talking about a 12-month anti-fire firefighting period. Where? In the richest country all over the world, and they did not manage to cope with it. That had serious consequences. Dear friends, climate crisis also has its impact on our country because the Eastern Mediterranean is characterized as the hotspot of climate crisis. And unfortunately, scientists forecast, your colleagues forecast, are not that optimistic for the future, in particular as regards our area. So it is unavoidable that any reasonable person would conclude that in order to deal with climate crisis and its consequences, we must take immediate action. Having personally experienced that, I have to assure you that the phenomenon is running at top speed and we're very seriously lagging behind. However, in order to be able to adapt ourselves to it and mitigate consequences, we really have to put the stress on policies and planning so that the adaptability of a country will be improved at all levels. And this adaptability of the country is going to be judged only when we put the stress on the well-known triangle: prevention, preparedness, and resilience. So this has to be threefold that will be leading each and every action and initiative of ours throughout this effort for the new adaptation. If we only limit ourselves into dealing with the crisis, we have already failed beforehand. So taking all these new conditions into consideration, the new challenges, make it imperative that we adopt a holistic approach. And this is the approach of the new ministry, the Climate Crisis and Civil Protection Ministry. But the holistic approach also means collaboration and synergy at its very core. Let me start with the local authorities collaboration. Local authorities know more and better than anyone the needs and particularities of each and every area. This is why it is the most valuable ally in the specialization and adaptation of risk management. This means that unless this collaboration is there,
Μεγάλη μου χαρά που απευθύνω.
It's my great pleasure to address this conference. Apologies for not being able to be with you, but I am abroad for different obligations of our ministry. But I would like to congratulate the region of Attica for this conference entitled Climate Change Policies, Plans and Implementation. In a nutshell, allow me to tell you that when it comes to our Ministry of Development Investments, especially on innovation, we have created CleanPact, which is the synergy of the scientific community, the research centers, universities, the scientists who are quite active in climate crisis, and this is the body that gives its opinion towards the state on issues related to climate change. It is under the observatory. Climate crisis is something that we are living through more and more. If we don't take all necessary measures, impact will be harder. and research and innovation play a crucial role so that we can tackle the big worldwide challenge. The EU, from the Horizon programs, which is the most important financial tool, 30% of money goes to actions to tackle climate crisis in favor of circular economy and for the protection of biodiversity. Though very important financial tools and special means to tackle climate crisis and boost research in this field, we are trying to see how we can join forces to deliver in a better way when it comes to science. Once again, congratulations to the region of Attica and Petisha that we're going to have a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Ωραία, ευχαριστούμε.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dimas. Now let me give the floor to the president of the relevant committee, Mrs. Dora Avgerinopoulou, to address us. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you so much.
Κύριε Περιφερειάρχα,
Regional Governor, different members of the board and mayors, representatives of the region of Attica and working group of this important conference, dear President of the Observatory of Athens, professors, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. On behalf of the Special Standing Committee for the Protection of the Environment in the Hellenic Parliament, I would like to salute this conference organized by the region of Attica to tackle one of the most important issues of our era, climate crisis that is. And I would like to deeply congratulate for this initiative everybody, as well as for the work of the region of Attica on climate. And we do know that in the Standing Committee, the endeavor that comes from the current climate crisis is huge, as this pertains to health and the sustainability of all living bodies on our planet. Our committee has dedicated a big part of its meetings into the European climate law, into the domestic climate law that we have just adopted in Greece, into the new legal package suggested by the European Commission, the so-called Fit for 55, and it will change the reality for different sectors of our economy, but also we do focus on new technologies to resolve climate and other environmental issues. In the committee, we focus particularly on the mitigation and on the adaptability vis-a-vis climate crisis. In our view, it is very important talking both about how we're going to change our way of life and how we're going to use new technologies. Why? Because within a climate community, there is a clash right now about whether we should move on with the adoption of new technologies radically, or should we delay them because what we should do is the change of our lifestyle. It's not pick one or the other. Climate action is immediate and we must do both today. Recently in our committee, and having this view, we discussed about new technologies, the protection of the environment and climate, paying attention to prevention and tackling natural disasters, especially wildfires, especially here in Attica. Our guests offered an overview of the last developments and possibilities of the space program of the EU, as well as some examples of different solutions on prevention and tackling of natural disasters, such as the use of the Earth observation services that can help into the spotting and to the monitoring of the evolution of natural disasters. That is why we are looking forward to looking into the different presentations today. It's very important to use new technologies, but also immediately intensify our climate action. Greece is a pioneer, is a climate leader within the EU framework, but we should intensify our action even further. We all know, besides, it's a commonplace that the cost of non-action is quite high, and it is even higher than the cost that it takes to adapt to climate change. To tell you the figures, the Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Antonio Guterres, has already estimated that the cost of adaptation until 2030 only for developing countries is $300 billion. You might imagine how much more money is needed if we include into that developed countries. Let us here note that the majority of this money is given by the EU towards the UN. So the adaptability cost is shouldered by us, the citizens, and that's why it is very important to plan very importantly our adaptation strategy. The most important reason is that through the different actions we shall defend not just our economy, but mainly critical infrastructure and our ecosystems. When it comes to adaptability, regions might play a critical role because regions and local administrations overall are the ones that are savvy, the ones that know critical infrastructure, but also the needs within the cities, within the regions of each neighborhood and the inhabitants. Thus, we highlighted even further through the climate law the role of regional plans on climate change. Regional plans are institutionalized, but also the relevant committee in the Hellenic Parliament tabled 2 proposals, and it is up to each region to evaluate them. Possibly in the future, regions could adopt and have even more partners, scientists coming from different sectors, and partners who are going to be permanent employees, specialists on climate change. But also, there is a Directorate of Environment and Spatial Planning. Possibly this should be renamed into Directorate of Environment, Climate and Spatial Planning for every region, of course. So the importance of the contribution of regional governance in tackling climate crisis, I should say so because I have just came back from Bonn. It has been acknowledged in the recent conference of Bonn on climate change and the 56th meeting of the ancillary bodies of the UN Treaty. The works of Bonn focused on the main pillars of mitigation and adaptation to climate change and to the role of local administration. Thus, in our pathway for COP27 that will take place in Egypt this year, we are looking forward to the government, to the Hellenic Parliament, to the society, to the civil society, but also to local administration to take action. We must do that all together because together we can implement our increased action on climate. We must all succeed a society of zero waste until 2050, and together we can undertake this action for the radical mitigation of climate change. Thank you so much for your attention. I wish you all the best with your conference. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Avgeronopoulou.
Ο επόμενος
Thank you, Ms. Avgeronopoulou. Our next speaker came from Brussels, exclusively for this conference, but unfortunately he is COVID positive, so he could not attend. Mr. Stavros Kalognomos, who is Executive Secretary of Balkan Black Sea Commission of the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, CPMR, who unfortunately is not here physically, but he is with us on Zoom. Hello, good morning.
Καλημέρα σας. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your kind word. Well, unfortunately, due to COVID-19, I wasn't able to be there. Dear Governor of the region of Attica, dear participants, dear Mayor of Varivoula Vlachmedi. First of all, I would like to thank the region of Attica for organizing this extremely important conference. And I would like to stress that the region of Attica is a particularly active member of CPMR. And unfortunately, I'm so unhappy that I cannot be there with you in person. I would like to say a few things about the CPMR.
Περιφέρειες από 24 κράτη της Ευρωπαϊκής.
I would like to say that it comprises 25 members of the European Union, and we also have other groups of countries, and we are independent of European institutions. We work with the DGs of the EU and the European Parliament. We run campaigns for a more balanced development, and through the extended networks that we have in the national governments, we aim to secure that the needs and the interests of the regions take into consideration all what concerns us. And I'm talking about blue development and blue economy. The need to develop ourselves and do all this in peace. And how do we unite all this? We work in order to, we work at political level.
Ευρωπαϊκών σηματοδοτούμενων έργων. Καθ' αυτό το
In this way, we can see how different policies and initiatives can be implemented and what we can suggest to the institutions. And actually, what we do is work for policy. And from the results of the project, we see what we can do and try to figure out what needs to be corrected in order to be more effective for the different European programs. And we always take into consideration the factor that is called youth, because there can be no proper planning if the youth is excluded. As I said earlier, we work closely with the different DGs of the European Commission, in particular with DG Region and Environment. We support, we have two Greek vice chairs in our party, and Mr. Meimarakis is the vice chair. At geographical level, as an organization, beyond our structure and thematic units, we also have geographical structure. We have 6 geographical committees covering the sea basins of Europe. We have the Mediterranean, the Balkans, and the Black Sea, executive secretary of which I am, the committee of islands, the Baltic Sea. We have a regional structure long before all regional structures be adopted. The region of Attica actively participates in our organization, and it is a member, along with the regions from Italy, France, Spain. We have the totality of Cyprus, Malta, and other countries in the Mediterranean Committee. Also, we're very active in the Interregional Committee for Greece, the Adriatic Sea, and the Ionian. Now, regarding actions for climate change, CPMR during the last few years has been supporting the European Green Deal, but in order to secure the success of the European Green Deal, we have to secure that regions and citizens do participate and that the collaboration is followed and there is territorial approach. This is why in spring 2020 we started with some of our members the Region Sycamore initiative. The aim is to promote the exchange of good practices between regions and show the defining role that they have to play in the implementation of the European Green Deal and the agreement of Paris. So the main pillars are to mitigate climate crisis consequences, participation of interested parties and bodies, vulnerable issues of regions. Let's not forget that as coastal and insular regions, we're at the forefront of the consequences of climate change. Also to the role of political cohesion, as well as the route for a safe transition. So the Regions Act has a lot of the time of the region, and it is open to new members that have similar concerns. In our meetings until now, we've had the opportunity to exchange opinions on different issues such as adaptation to climate change, energy. More specific examples could be that until now we've had the opportunity to learn about the ambitious action of sustainable mobility in the Balears and Spain. The new strategic adaptation in Andalusia and Spain. The action in Finland that aims to become climate neutral by 2030. Also, the results of Regions Acts were discussed in two parallel events of the UN COP26. One event for CPMR is trying to promote the interests of its members, not only at European level, but also universally. This is why we're part of COP26. So the event had to do with the defining role of the regions in the implementation of the Green Deal, and the other one in adaptation of CARUS and the need to connect scientific community with our team. Also, in the plenary session of the European Parliament, and our participation, we have participated by showing all the work that we have been doing. Regions Act and our actions regarding climate change and the results that we've had so far were presented to Mr. Timmermans, the executive chair who's in charge of the European Green Deal, as well as to the councillors, Mr. Michel, chair of the European Council. In addition, in order to present our contribution to the Green Deal, we have made a research and have included in that the six sectors that I mentioned earlier, some of which I will refer to. So the Regions Act report shows that CPMR regions have a serious goal regarding acting for climate. 40% of them want to be climate neutral before 2050. Our initiative shows that regions are ambitious. Therefore, the European Union and national governments need to acknowledge the dynamic that we have in order to achieve the Green Deal targets. However, Regions Act does not only have to do with ambitions. With specific example, it shows how regions implement the Green Deal through one interactive map that we have set up. We will send it later on to the organization so that it will be included in the minutes of the conference. And many examples of measures have been also gathered regarding innovation and others. Governor of Regions mentioned. As an overall, Regions Act shows the integrated approach that regions implement. We should not forget that the regions have several competences. Of course, there's here the difference between from one country to another regarding decentralization, and therefore the strategic role of regions has to be acknowledged, always depending on national legislation, and their role is crucial. In addition, we have gathered several examples about how regions make local authorities be involved, along with the scientific community and business community, and by reassuring that policies are indeed implemented, and therefore, despite the fact that our members are regions, we are able to collaborate with universities, municipalities, research centers of NGOs, and then their associations with our members. This shows that regions are a basic level for collaboration, and as CPMR, we're there in order to help them in the best possible coordination with other bodies in their own territory. And also through Regions Act, we focus on adaptation to climate change because we need to know what to expect and how we can be best prepared so that all changes will be measured. So Regions Act shows how our region members are at the forefront of the consequences of climate change as coastal and insular regions, and the increasing and worsening threats are impacted, such as tourism and agriculture. This is why with our regions we adopt holistic strategies for the adaptation of the economies and the local communities, both short-term, medium-term, and long-term. These strategies are based on an approach on the basis of place and territorial advantages of every area. There's also geographical coverage that allows for adopting measures of adaptation, for instance, in areas such as urban, like Athens, or in the country, all around the country. We will continue our work in order to exchange best information and implement initiatives through different European co-funded projects. And allow me to stress that Regions Act shows that regions already contribute to climate change and the way how to fight it. It shows that regions are allies, and it shows that this is a transition where they have a great deal to offer. There's a window of opportunity, so that there can be some examples, such as the creation of new professions, cover some job posts, emphasize the new technologies, several sectors. Now, as Secretariat General of CPMR, we await for the results of today's conference in order to integrate them in our future planning. We're in communication with through a member with the region of Attica, so that we'll be able to monitor the results and inform the rest of our members throughout Europe regarding these matters. Again, thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very good and effective conference for everyone. And again, I'm sorry I'm not there I'm not in a position to be there in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we wish you all the best and to get rid of COVID soon. Now, let's give the floor to Mr. Manuel Cleonis, Professor of the Aristotle University Thessaloniki, Director and President of the Board of Directors of the National Observatory of Athens, and Clean Pact Coordinator. You have the floor, Professor. Regional Governor, MPs, male and female, I know you and I know your actions on this matter. Dear ladies of the Directorate, first of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this invitation to be in this conference on a crucial topic, a topic that shall concern our societies in the years to come. I'm not going to be pleasant, because unfortunately the worst estimations on these scenarios and the impact of climate change is something to consider daily. The sixth report of the Intergovernmental Committee demonstrates that climate change has an impact on all aspects of the environment, on health, the well-being of our societies, the overall population, by creating significant problems for the economy and the society, as well as the environment and biodiversity. This report talks about the Mediterranean Sea. It is also characteristic, something that we were able to see in the National Observatory of Athens, especially in the Institute of Environment and Sustainable Development, that is responsible for the relevant studies. Our territory is quite susceptible to the impact of climate crisis, with a bigger increase of average temperature vis-à-vis the global average for the last 40 years, upon measurements that we have from the historic station of the National Observatory that has been working since the end of the 19th century, 1870, that the increase for the last 40 years, on average, of the temperature in our territory is 3 times more than the respective increase of the global average. The global average is half degree more. In our territory, we can see an increase of 1.5 degrees. Then all other models that we run, climate models, demonstrate that our area will suffer more from the impact of climate change compared to the whole planet. Thus, we have a reason to be very preemptive. We should study all these trends and take all necessary precautions and measures. We are experiencing, as you know, intense natural phenomena, the impact of climate change, disasters, the floods in Mandara, Chalkidiki, the wildfires in Mati, Varipopi, North Avia, and Corinth have tabled in a dramatic way the necessary prerequisite to mitigate the impact of climate change, enhancement of early warning systems that we could be assisted by the scientific community in Greece, and also policies on the restoration of the natural environment against the diachronic violent human interventions. We all know that one part of the destruction in Mati is due to that as well. Yet, we should also increase the policies on education and on awareness raising amongst the citizens about natural disasters. This duty of the state should be translated into measures to mitigate the impact of social change, of climate change, with parallel policies to change the consumption model. There's not much debate about it, because this is the vicious circle: production, consumption, with an aim to increase profitability, and this creates significant problems. It consumes our natural resources, and through that we can see an increase of the greenhouse effect on the planet. We must have an in-depth discussion about it if we really want to tackle what comes next. Yet we should focus, and this is what we know. Let me repeat it: to the full independence from fossil fuel, which should be done through the increase of RES. But this should be done in a democratic way, in a fair way, through synergies with local societies. Science should and must play a key role by developing tools and services for the enhancement of tackling natural disasters and adverse conditions. Scientists have a say here, and during the last decades they have rung the bell on the dramatic results. They have developed technologies, they have developed scientific approaches that are innovative. They might be used by the state, provided that the state might invite all scientists to sit around the same table. In this framework, I should also mention something which is very important for Greece, I believe: what is innovative and what is unique. We have established the National Network on Climate Change. It is a national network which combines all scientific powers in our country, research centers, universities. Right now we are more than 20 all known universities. I will not enumerate them now. All scientific centers and different scientist groups dealing with that. Even the Natural Center of Studies, which should play a role, because society should perceive this problem and tackle it. This network started as an idea in 2017 by the Ministry of Education in the field of research. It was founded and supported by the Ministry of Development in late 2019, and moves on rapidly into creating these prerequisites to become a hub of expertise, timely expertise towards the state. And something that is very important: this network goes proposed to be awarded internationally as short prize given by the Royal Foundation of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. An international award on green solutions. By way of conclusion, I would like to mention the region of Attica, which diachronically has moved and has walked the proper pathway, opening up ways in an effort to use expertise that is being developed in Greece in different centers and the universities, so that on the one hand we can study the vulnerability of infrastructure in different scenarios of natural disasters, estimate the risk on life and property of people, and on the other hand develop plans of timely tackling of the imminent natural disasters. There are different initiatives undertaken by other state bodies, but not to the extent needed. So I see this opportunity to invite all other bodies and some ministries, because some ministries really have understood the problem and can truly cooperate with the research centers. Other bodies of the state cannot do it, but anyway, we must all join forces in this effort, because time is putting pressure on us if we are not in delay already. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Pleonis. Now, the MP and first Vice President of the Committee of the Environment, Ms. Haraka Fadari, will now take the floor for a brief address. Thank you.
Σας χαιρετώ και εγώ.
Greetings from my part, with the capacity of the Vice Chair of the Hellenic Parliament and from the part of our President, Mr. Giga. Indeed, 6 or 7 years ago, I was here again at the respective conference that had taken place on this issue. But 6 or 7 years went by, and back then we used to say climate change, but today we should be talking about climate crisis, where we have reached. And this sector of scientific knowledge and scientific proof has to be prevalent and mitigated. And of course, we should never forget this, because on the basis of
National Oceanic Administration, which is a very well-known organization in the United States, talks about an increase of CO2 in the atmosphere right after the end of the lockdown in 2021. This only shows what great risks we have when pollutants increase, because they play a leading role in climate change. Everything shows that first and foremost, local authorities should, of course, think about it. But in general, we should see and revisit the development model that we follow, a model which is far from the sustainable development targets and the SDGs that are set by the United Nations. Indeed, the region of Attica is a particularly urbanized area. More than half of the population of the country is gathered here, and this is an international first, because more than half population globally lives in cities, and this is what more and more happens throughout the globe. We need, therefore, to shield our cities and realize that Global Cities Day that has been established by the United Nations have to be adapted to the new reality. In particular, for the region of Attica, I would say that man-related activities and urban development, apart from the alteration of the landscape, along with the increase of temperature, make Athens and Attica in general from a low to average vulnerability, leading to drought until 2100 and a great risk for wetlands, whereas the increase of droughtness is going to give a very serious consequences in biodiversity. Extreme weather phenomena are already a reality and show how serious things are. The Eastern Mediterranean is in particular risk because the temperature rise is at very high levels. Recently, in COP26 in Glasgow, measures were announced and an engaging initiative to decrease methane emissions by 30%. So, fossil fuels have to be seriously decreased, and waste management must be also dealt with. So, regional planning is also needed in the region of Attica. Regional planning that will be including decentralized management away from rationale that cannot possibly be funded by EU, and I'm talking about burning of mixed solid waste, and of course management on the basis of European directives. And there are significant pollutants in the atmosphere. So the way we manage our waste should be rethought and replanned. Integrated policies are needed in order to lead climate resilience, and our towns, our cities should become resilient, smart, and protect services and infrastructures. Adaptation to climate change is required. And since 2016, we have national plan to climate change right after the Paris Agreement and regional agreements. I am informed that in the region of Attica, regional planning has advanced. But allow me to say that with the recent data that we heard about in the Hellenic Parliament from Greek regions, only in one has this planning been concluded. I was so happy to hear from Mr. Patoulis that this also advances in Attica. But let me conclude with the following. We have a new ministry. However, climate change needs a uniform way to deal with it. We think that fragmentation of policy for climate change into two ministries does not help. Mitigation is under Ministry of the Environment, whereas adaptation is handled by the new ministry, which does not have a legislative framework. It currently runs under legislation of 2003, and I think we need to have a modern plan of civil protection where scientific community contribution is absolutely paramount. Thank you very much, and I would like to wish the best of success to this conference.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κυρία Καφαντάρη.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kafadari. Now, we shall invite the General Director of Sustainable Development and Climate Change for the region of Attica. Her vision, her work have led to the creation of a well-documented project, a holistic strategy on adaptation to climate change. Mrs. Argyro Paraskevopoulou, you have the floor, madam.
Γεια σας, καλημέρα σας.
Hello, good morning. We would like to deeply thank you for being here in this conference, in spite of the fact that at the very last minute we have some problems due to COVID, like Mr. Kalognomos, but also some others, and some problems of traffic. Mr. Bakoyannis, who will be a major speaker, has not been able to come yet.
Στόχο να παρουσιάσω
This conference,
οι στρατηγικές και οι πολιτικές προσαρμογής.
this conference means to present the consequences of climate change both at the European and at the national and regional level. But mainly, and I believe that there lies innovation, we want to present you the first steps of implementation. We have fulfilled our regional plans, but we must implement them. So what is important and what is work in the second session is the presentation of implementation, not just in Greece, but also at a European level. The main strategy of the European Union is the Green Deal, through which it is committed to achieve the goal on a climate-neutral Europe until 2050. The objectives of the Green Deal are echoed in the new climate law and in the recent strategy on adaptability to climate change, which took place in March 2021, which sets reviewed and more aspirational goals vis-à-vis the strategy of 2013, and the second pillar of climate change, that is adaptability, which is mainly about us as a region, because we must adapt to climate change. The main goal is the enhancement of the adaptable scale and the reduction of the impact until 2050, which is a landmark. Later on comes the national strategy, which has described the strategic orientation of our country with an aim to offer some guidelines, but it does not analyze, the national strategy does not analyze the scope of different measures, nor does it prioritize measures. The final choice, the prioritization and the programming of the proper actions and measures is the content and the substance of the original adaptation plans that have been drafted based on local specificities. The region of Attica has drafted Ms. Kafadari for the last 1.5 years. We have finished the regional plan and adaptation to climate change, which has defined the direct priorities of adaptability. It has analyzed the sectoral policies across all policy levels and has prioritized the different measures and actions, as you see here, that should be implemented. Here, there is a price list. The program of Attica is the main tool of policies related to the management of water resources, the coastal zones, resilience of the built environment, the protection of biodiversity, the defense of current infrastructure, mainly road networks and anti-flood efforts. We have a vulnerability vis-a-vis that in the region of Attica, and of course we do plan future infrastructure. Adaptability to climate change is equally important for the sustainability in the long run when it comes to the economy of a region, given that it might affect all productive sectors. The measures of the regional effort are cross-cutting and sectoral, and they can be distinguished into short run, medium term, and long run according to their implementation time and their allocation time. And there are different types of priority. As a region of Attica, our choice when it comes to the implementation, because this is where we are in the implementation of the regional plan, it is to start from the plans, and we have already started, which are about the policy sectors with the biggest vulnerability according to the national strategy. What are these policy sectors where the region of Attica has the biggest vulnerability? The management of water resources, that is, infrastructure, transport, health, and the built environment. There is where we start. Later on in the second section, we shall present our first two implementations, and we shall continue with transport, thus approaching holistically the risks of climate change, but also opportunities, because there are some opportunities, especially in the field of tourism. We focus on tackling climate crisis, the increase of resilience, and the adaptability need of regions and ecosystems. Now, I'm going to describe you the three different objectives that we have as region of Attica to implement our regional plan. The first strategic plan is the promotion of actions and adaptability plans throughout all sectors of policy. How this will be done? It will be done through the drafting of pilot efforts or different demo projects. This is what we're going to present in our second session in well-chosen areas with the possibility for that to be used at a larger scale in the future. Then, through model research in sectors of high vulnerability, which fall under the competence of our region, like road infrastructure, anti-flood measures and projects, the built environment, and health, because this is an issue of vulnerability, sector vulnerability, and through the drafting, which is very important, of different guidelines. That is, there will be some roadmaps at the level of a region for all policy sectors, so that climate change could be included as the main factor, as the main dimension in the design and implementation of measures and policy in our region. This is the first strategic goal. The second strategic goal is the creation of a mechanism to monitor and evaluate actions and adaptation projects. How this will be done? Through the creation of the Observatory of Climate Change in the region of Attica, through the improvement of existing systems and monitoring, and the creation of new critical parameters vis-à-vis the impact of climate change for the productive sector. Moreover, this mechanism will include the development of tools and indicators pertaining to the monitoring of progress that has been achieved vis-à-vis the expected results by the implementation of measures of the regional plan, because here, allow me to tell you that every regional plan, every 7 years, it is evaluated and reviewed, which is very, very important. Every 7 years we shall be just. What have we been able to accomplish? And last but not least, this mechanism will also include an open platform where we shall see the concentration of all these data, as well as the results of different raise awareness activities. Mr. Gerasopoulos is going to elaborate on that during our second session. And the third strategic goal is actions to raise awareness and update people. This is very, very important per policy sector, that will be done through different actions to raise awareness amongst the people, through synergies between the scientific community, the public administration, and social partners and citizens, and of course access of people and institutions to financial resources and climate-related data. Furthermore, allow me to tell you that our data on the platform that we shall have in the observatory will be very important for municipalities, very, very important. Last but not least, to make it successful, what is very, very important? The synergies between different institutions. Mr. Stylianidis alluded to that before, but also Mr. Plionis said it. The climate law that was recently voted sets an institutional framework and sets climate change as a critical factor, but different objectives should work in a binding way and focus on the implementation of the regional plans. Very important issue set by the climate law is the connection between scientific community and the ones who plan, implement, and make decisions. These regional consultants, policy makers, you, the MPs, whoever plans different policies. The scientific community is here. 11 years we participated in Orient Gate, a big EU project on adaptability to climate change. The first thing we said back then is this connection between the scientific community and the ones who are policymakers, because, you know, scientific knowledge should not stay in silos. We have knowledge in Greece, and this should not be kept in a cage within the universities. So here, the initiative that you said, Mr. Plionis, which we know that is Klimpact Network, which has as an objective the creation of interdisciplinary synergy, it might become a consulting tool for the state, the citizens, the regions. It moves towards a good direction. Furthermore, allow me here to tell you that the region of Attica took the initiative, taking into account the risks and the need to adapt into climate change, moved on with the creation of a network of regions and municipalities, Klimatika, acknowledging the need for a needed collaboration amongst different bodies of local governments. It will be a multifaceted network with an aim to become a hub of consultation, enhancing a well-structured dialogue between the stakeholders so that we can tackle common environmental, social, financial challenges which need targeted, multifaceted replies, integrated plan, and collective action. Last but not least, what we need vis-a-vis the synergies of institutions, which is a big challenge to us, it is about synergies and the optimal connection between the different bodies and people who belong to different administrative levels, different administrative structures involved in the different institutional actions and activities needed to implement some objectives. Synergies between politicians, it's very important with concern adaptation to climate change, but also mitigation. Adaptive policies should be included into broader policies, that is, policies to manage natural disasters, food, policies on infrastructure, energy policy, the policy on transport, on tourism, on quality of life in the city. Then practices like energy upgrade of buildings, the upgrade of the protection of green, the use of alternative means of transport, that is sustainable urban mobility, which is very important. All these have a central role to play in the issues of adaptation to climate change. Furthermore, there is a big interdependence between the measures and the objectives of adapting ourselves to climate change, with all the levels of spatial planning, from the spatial planning to the urban planning. In a nutshell, what we must say here is that all different plans should be able to talk one to each other. Last but not least, right now, the gap between plan and implementation of interventions at a large scale should be covered by measures, actions, and pilot implementations, taking into account the maturity period for these projects. This is set by regional plans. This is a notion that cannot be fully perceived by many, but it's of paramount importance. We cannot go overnight into a project of large scale when it comes to climate change, but it takes projects to mature. It is about these pilot actions which should be developed at a larger scale later on. I will finish with the important institutional flaws that have been seen, which should be highlighted. Point 1, in my view, the lack of modern standards in the way through which we plan, build, and preserve projects. These standards have become obsolete, and to make matters worse, they do not include the dimension of climate change. This should be one of the actions that will take place in the field of the implementation of regional plans through the project, so-called demo projects. In the second session, you shall listen to such an effort that is taking place in the framework of Life Adapt by the region of Western Greece. Another issue that should be set is the following. While the national strategy is setting the target specialized through regional plans, when it comes to the regional plan, that is municipalities, there is an obscure setting institutionally. For instance, what is the substance of the municipal plans? Another issue, which is the most important one, is about the implementation. For the implementation of regional plans, we need funding. We do believe that mitigation and adaptation to climate change should be a main criterion in prioritization of financing of different plans. That is,
Έχουμε να χρηματοδοτήσουμε ένα έργο να είναι...
When we want to finance a project, this must be very important, and we must prioritize different views. We must prioritize different topics. We must highlight the importance of this project into the mitigation or adaptability to climate change. By way of conclusion, allow me to say that the pathway to mitigation, adaptability to climate change is a long one and difficult. And as our Spanish friends are saying, because we have a Spaniard, el camino se hace al andar. That is, the pathway is crossed walking. We must walk it through. How shall we walk it through? Implementing things. Implementing in a dynamic way our regional plans, which we have drafted through pilot implementation, pilot actions, coordinating one each other. The scientific community should coordinate with the policymakers and through update towards bodies and citizens. Thank you so much for your attention. I would like to thank the regional government because he supports us in our endeavor and the relevant bureau. Thank you so much. Thank you. later on. Our first session starts. We shall listen to Matteo Sandamouris, professor in New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. He's already linked to us, but since he's in Australia and there was an issue with the connection, we shall listen a recorded speech. But you know that he is linked. We can say a few words at the end of the speech and he can reply to possible questions following his speech. Thank you. Good morning to all. Thank you very much for this invitation. We shall discuss issues related to climate shift and the overwarming of cities. It is a very important problem. Yes, it is. Data shows that there are 13,000 cities around the world overheated, and vis-a-vis 1980, the time of overheating which exists has increased by 300%. There are 1.7 billion people who live in conditions of huge overwarming, whereas the total of days, overheating hours, is more than 118 million per year. A huge problem of climate change, which we name local climate change. Is Athens a part of it? Yes. The part of Athens overheating is well argumented, well documented. We all know that during summertime, after 9 or 10 a.m., as you see here in this graph, from Athens downtown towards the western part of the city, temperature increases steadily vis-a-vis the northern or the southern suburbs, and then the overheating in these areas is of 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, something that creates significant problems for the local society. Overheating, though, is it just about the increase of temperature? No, it is also related to the bigger duration of the periods of high temperature. For instance, you might say that since 1890 until today, the periods of high temperature more than 37 degrees Celsius, that is the lines in red, have increased dramatically, like the periods that pertain to more than 4 degrees Celsius. Is it just about an increase of temperature? No. Unfortunately, frequency and the size of heat waves have increased dramatically during the last year, as you might see here from this graph. So 3 are the things that pertain to local climate change: the increase of temperature in different areas of the city, the increase of high temperature periods, at the same time the increase of the duration but also of the frequency of heat waves. Is there any impact? Yes. It increases largely the energy consumption. It creates a significant problem during the rush hours, which dictates to the PPC or other utility companies to produce more electricity, which increases the energy cost. It decreases the performance of different stations. It creates significant problems for the environment because it decreases the accumulation of the ozone. It creates significant problems to the citizens of low income because they cannot meet the high cost of air conditioning, and it increases greatly, unfortunately, all other parameters, but we shall elaborate later on. Is it well documented, this problem of the temperature rise? And what is the impact on energy? Yes, we know that it affects dramatically the production of energy, as I told you before, by creating the need for more stations and at the same time creating more blackouts. At the same time, it dramatically increases the consumption of energy in the Greek households or globally, which creates a penalty that on average is 78 kilowatt hours per person, and on average we're talking about 230 kilowatt hours per person. That is, each one of us in the milder scenario pays more 230 kilowatt hours per person due to overwarming, to overheating. In Athens, this percentage is much bigger. That is the sanction on energy consumption. Is it documented, this phenomenon of energy consumption or of the added energy consumption? Nothing. Yes, indeed. We all know, for instance, that in spite of the fact that the consumption of an average household in 1 month is 6.5 kilowatt hours per square meters per year for air conditioning purposes, in downtown it's 3 times more and it reaches 14 kilowatt hours. On the other hand, it is very well documented that the rush hour load in downtown Athens or in the western suburbs will need 3 times more power of electricity for air conditioning purposes rather compared to the same city, to the same household in the suburbs. The sanction imposed in the energy sector in Greece due to overheating is dramatic. It is not just about energy, though. At the same time, we should see the big increase of accumulation of pollutants. We all know pretty well that in Athens, during the heat waves and high temperatures, we see a dramatic increase of the ozone concentration. This gas, ozone, is toxic and has a big consequences on human health. According to WHO, the limit should be 110 units. For 1 hour, we can allow 180. You see that there are moments where we overcome 200 or even 300 units in Athens. So the problem of this big concentration of ozone creates significant health problems. The third big consequence of climate change in Athens is related to the low-income people. Low-income inhabitants inhabit buildings with no good thermal protection, no insulation, no double glasses. As a conclusion, they have bigger climate needs and needs in air conditioning to decrease internally the temperature, which means that in reality, according to data available, they must consume double energy for air conditioning purposes compared to an average citizen in Athens. Is it documented? Absolutely. Because measurements in 400 dwellings right now in Athens in heatwave periods demonstrate that at the beginning of the heatwave, temperature was 26 degrees Celsius. At the end, it increased and went up to 33 degrees Celsius, with many dwellings having more than 4 degrees and many others had subsequent temperatures of more than 35 degrees Celsius, which create a big problem for health. The latter is the prevailing problem related to overheating within a city. Is it a linear process? Temperature and the increase of mortality? No, it is not linear. It depends on demographics, it depends on social factors, and on the quality of health or on the health system within a city. How temperature is linked to mortality in Athens? Measurements that exist right now, and according to the official data of the European Community, show that in Athens, you can see here the yellowish line, more than 32 degrees Celsius, there is an exponential increase of mortality due to high temperature. The same happens for the majority of the Mediterranean cities, but it doesn't happen with the northern cities, where practically mortality starts at a lower level, 22 to 23 degrees Celsius. Each one of us has a totally different temperature meter that may evaluate the increased temperature. In southern areas, we have high temperature. In northern areas, temperature is lower. This is bad news. Overheating creates significant problems on energy, health, the quality of life, pollution, and the low-income people. Is there any good news? May we decrease the temperature within the cities? Yes, I would argue. For the last 25 or 30 years, there has been a substantial research on this field. Thus, we have developed systems, technologies, which allow us to decrease the temperature within the cities. The main research effort is related to the increase of materials for the cities and the buildings which demonstrate a lower temperature. Cold materials developed for the last 15 years, and the ones produced in Greece, developed, used many times, do present, as you see here in this slide, 20 degrees lower surface temperature than all other materials right now, other conventional materials. This type of material, if used in ovens, they can decrease temperature according to the studies that have been drafted up to 2.5 degrees Celsius. A classical example is the area of Flisvos, the first implementation in Europe where practically we saw a decrease of temperature in the region by using this kind of material. It was a first for Europe. Temperature was decreased by 2.5 degrees. However, research advanced a lot right now. We have created materials that are smart and may change their color based on solar radiation. In the summer period, they are darker, they absorb UV. In the summertime, they are white and they reflect UVs, and this means that they do not absorb any UV. These materials present 20 to 22 degrees lower temperature than all other conventional materials, which technologically are available right now and commercially available as well. But the big revolution in the field of materials is related to what we name photonic materials. Materials that may reflect by 97% solar energy, but also temperature that they include. They emit to space, not to the atmosphere, in a way that I don't have the time to explain, but believe me, these materials may send temperature directly to space. This type of materials we have created in our lab. These are available throughout the world. When measured in desert, 44 degrees for the outer environment, 1000 watt per square meter of solar radiation, they present a surface temperature of 25 degrees, almost 20 degrees lower than the ambient temperature, a natural air conditioning without even using energy. Another category of materials are the so-called nanomaterials, or materials which emit in specific bandwidth,
δεν απορροφούν την ακτινοβολία.
Wavelength with the same characteristic. Imagine a material that does not increase temperature. This material that we have created, and practically this material is available, they can decrease surface temperature up to 30 degrees Celsius. Imagine that you have a core material which has huge properties and can be placed on the roofs, on the floor, in the paved ways, on the floors, and decrease dramatically the temperature within the cities. Lately, we have developed a series of materials. We have developed cold paint materials in collaboration with the industry in Australia that are commercially available. As you see here in the graph, they can demonstrate 15 degrees lower temperature compared to the ambient temperature. So 20 years ago, we had this status. Now, technologically, we can decrease temperature within the cities by 20 degrees Celsius. I'm talking about the surface temperature within the cities, which has a specific impact. We can decrease temperature within the cities by 2.5 to 5 degrees Celsius, along with the use of materials. The use of the added greenery within the city in cooperation with materials may decrease up to 1.5 degrees Celsius. You can see here the decrease in Athens, followed by added studies, how we can diminish, how we can decrease temperature within the city. These materials in collaboration with green may decrease the temperature within the city quite largely 4 to 5 degrees, and the one prerequisite that the green used may act when it comes to high temperatures. Majority of trees, more than 36 degrees, they do not produce this effect due to the fact that they should be self-protected. In this case, they produce warmth, and as a result, green may not help into the cooling of the city. Thus, we must opt for specific materials in a scientific way. On the other hand, we must understand that green, when there are high temperatures, emits a series of organic substances which are 4 times more toxic than the greenhouse effect emitted by the cars. Yes, 4 times more toxic than the gases emitted by cars. It's very important to opt for green which on the one hand does not emit any pollutants, and on the other hand may be valuable in high temperatures. Look at the measurement, recent measurements during the summer period. The use of non-green that may decrease temperature, but unfortunately it increases the ozone concentration, contributes by 60% more to the increase of the ozone accumulation within the city. What is the impact of these mitigation technologies? First, they decrease temperature, then they decrease energy. Right now, we are responsible for a big project in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where practically by using all these technologies, from the cold materials to green, we can decrease downtown the temperature by almost 4 to 5 degrees. But what is most important, we can decrease the energy needs, the energy used for air conditioning by 30 to 35%. In Sydney, similar studies drafted by the government show that it is possible to decrease temperature by 2 to 2.5 degrees, and at the same time decrease energy needs for air conditioning by 40 to 50%. On the other hand, since we really need to have PVs in our cities, the use of these materials increases dramatically the performance of PVs. You should know that the performance of PVs decreases as temperature goes up in cities, but at the same time I should tell you that the use of PVs in big density increases the temperature of the city. In Sydney, the big density of PVs, and you can see here that there are the graphs, increase the temperature within the city by 1.5 degrees. So the use of PVs should be done in a very cautious way. On the other hand, there is a dramatic decrease of energy. But where people may not use air conditioning because they don't have the means, they have a big asset because the use of these materials decreases the internal temperature of the buildings by 6 to 7 degrees. According to studies and measurements performed in Australia, we can see that in buildings of low-income people and of low-budget buildings, we can decrease temperature by 10 degrees Celsius. Imagine that a house during the heat wave might have 40 degrees outer temperature, but when we use these materials, we can reach down to 30 degrees. We can save lives. Is this decrease of mortality documented vis-a-vis the use of these mitigation systems? Yes, absolutely. In a global way, we know that the use of these mitigation measures decreases the thermal mortality by 20%. The same goes with green. There are right now measurements more than 200 cities, mainly the US, in China, in Japan, in Australia equally, which show the big decrease of mortality that exists in our cities due to the use and implementation of these mitigation measures. If we try to wrap it up and talk about all the privileges, we shall see that the use of mitigation systems today in the cities might be very important in energy. It might dramatically decrease the need for air conditioning, offer a better convenience, decrease mortality that is due to overheating, help the economy because it creates vacancies and added industrial production. At the same time, it may largely decrease the need for new plants of electricity, improve environmental quality, and decrease the ozone concentration, rendering less toxic the environment, and at the same time be consistent and have a good impact on the economy. Where do we stand now, and where shall we stand in the future? If we need to plan about the next timeline, we are approximately here. If we do nothing, if we continue likewise, if we keep on being inert, if we just discuss about it, but if there is no implementation plan, we will not implement mitigation techniques, up to 2030, 2050, we shall be here. Overheating in the cities may reach even 10 degrees more because there is a big link between climate change and local climate change. On the contrary, if today we plan and implement in a scientific way, not an empirical one, technologies to mitigate this in the cities, there is a possibility to decrease temperature by 2 to 2.5 degrees compared to today. So inertia today will have dramatic impact on the future. At the same time, we all know that energy consumption, for instance, today, energy consumption of a city in Sydney for air conditioning can be seen here in red for heating in yellow lines, in yellow bars. If we do nothing, then air conditioning needs will increase by 300% without decreasing the needs for heating purposes. But if we do create these conditions through the use of different mitigation systems to decrease the temperature within the cities, then we can decrease the needs for air conditioning by 60 to 70% and decrease the relevant temperatures. But when we combine the text of mitigation, that is, if we decrease the temperature within the city, at the same time, if we do implement adaptation technologies, that is better houses of better performance, then in 2030, 2050, we will be able to dramatically decrease today the energy consumed for air conditioning or heating purposes, in spite of the fact that there will be a big climate change due to climate inertia that exists. So there is hope, under the prerequisite that right now there will be a plan to be implemented and talking about scientific solutions. Trying to wrap it up, we could say that today our cities suffer overall from an overheating that can be from 1 degree to 10 degrees Celsius. Greek cities do suffer, and they suffer a lot, which is very well documented. This dramatically increases energy consumption. Energy consumption increased by 100% when there is an increased temperature within the city, a huge penalty, a huge sanction towards the citizens of overheated cities. On the other hand, it increases mortality, because mortality in certain regions may increase by 300%. In Western Sydney, 40 kilometers away from central Sydney, mortality is 3 times more compared to Eastern Sydney with low temperatures. On the other hand, the increase of temperature obliges us to create new stations which work for a limited time period, something that greatly increases energy consumption. What can we do? Today, we have developed technologies, scientific technologies, that might decrease the technology of our cities by 2.5 degrees. We have more than 250, 300 big implementations in the world that have decreased temperature by 2.5 degrees. We are responsible right now for different 4 or 5 programs in Australia, but in Riyadh, in Calcutta, in Kuala Lumpur, in Austin, Texas, we can truly decrease temperature by 2.5% max. As a result, we see a decrease by 40% of the energy consumption. In many cases, it can be even further. On the other hand, there is another impact. We decrease mortality to 30 or 40%, even more. And mainly decrease the needs, the energy needs, and the needs of stations, which dramatically decreases the obligations for added energy in the near future. What can we do in Greece? Right now, we know that Attica is overwhelmed. It is overloaded. This is a significant problem of temperature rise, possibly one of the cities with a very good documentation of what goes on, exquisite, brilliant documentation of what goes on that many times is not taken into account, but there is documentation. If you are interested in that, you can get to know it even better. This overload may not continue. This system may not move on because there is a huge burden to the city. On the other hand, in Greece, there is a dramatic and very important scientific knowledge.
Εξαιρετικού επίπεδου.
highly expertise people of high expertise. In spite of this knowledge, the majority of actions that are implemented are based on experience. They are empirical ones. They do not take into account scientific knowledge. Many times they neglect it. Many times we're talking about the empirical environment, and this is based on myths. This is the reality, unfortunately. It is equally true that right now knowledge in Greece is locked up in a silo, in a cage, and cannot be used, or it's not used the way it should be, but it exists. Furthermore, in Greece there are some efforts, significant efforts. Many people want to improve things, but the majority of these efforts end up to beautify things. These efforts to beautify things do not deliver. They lead nowhere. There is just a big funding or a small funding that leads us nowhere. So if we really want to tackle the problem, we should see that the lack of actions, of scientific actions, the existence of an important program to tackle climate change, unfortunately, maximize the problem. We have an overheating, and unfortunately this keeps on increasing, and this is creating added problems and shall create many more in the future. What can we do? First, we must use the scientific knowledge, but we must know pretty well that local climate change, overheating within the city, is a multifaceted problem, not just a problem that can be faced alone by some environmentalists or climate experts or energy experts. In reality, climate change is about the energy, health, the economy, the quality of life. So it takes a holistic approach where practically all people related to these different sectors touched upon by the climate change, they should join forces, they should plan and materialize the integral actions based on advanced scientific knowledge, not fragmented, isolated empirical activities. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Professor. Are we still connected with Professor Santamuris right now? Because he's watching us, and we said we would say a few words via Zoom. Okay, that is great. We're particularly happy to see you, Professor. So significant what we heard, all the deterrence materials and methodologies. At the end of the first session, we'll have the opportunity to ask questions because there are a couple of questions addressing you. But let me keep what you said as last one, that climate change concerns all of us. For instance, here in the Antica, it's not just an issue of just Attica. Everyone has to integrate this dimension in their projects and everything. Would you like to tell us something? First of all, I would like to tell you thank you for giving me the opportunity. So we continue with our first session, and we continue to analyze this in it. Oh, the governor of the region would like to say a few things about you. Good morning, dear professor. First of all, let me tell you that in 2011, 2012, as a Marousi mayor, I wanted to restore the central municipal palace of our town, and I had been told about someone, Mr. Santamuris, who started talking about the microclimate, the materials, and lower temperature. I used to listen to all of that, but back then, Mr. Lekas, we didn't have that term dubbed as climate change, and I used to listen to that as if it were something, an exaggeration. in particular deterrence material, temperature deterrence material, and there had been some certifications about 3 to 4 degrees centigrade as a lower temperature in Marousi. And on the other hand, in my current governor of the region of Attica capacity, and despite the fact that contractors try to listen to the specialists, but they do not always use the proper material. But anyway, I wish and would like to thank you for everything, not only today's presence. Thank you very much. And also, Mr. Bakoyani, thank you. And I don't know why you were in Australia, Mr. Santamoris. But you have this obsession and serious lecturing towards us who are handling the fate of everyone, and you're making us more willing to look for colder materials. Thank you very, very much. I would like to thank you too. I have to say that the municipality of Marousi was among the pioneer municipalities that gave us 10-15 years ago. Back then we did not have the means. Now we can do many more things to advance all this. Along with Valefalera municipality, let's not forget that the first application in Greece and Europe was Flisvos, and with Mr. Bakoyannis we worked together in an Erythrea area. In Greece, there's lots of capacity, there's lots of effort and lots of knowledge. So we should integrate all this into a true project and use knowledge. And in Greece, we have true knowledge, both in research centers, universities, and everywhere. Okay, thank you very much, dear Matthews. We'll have you again live with us after the end of the first session. We'll make a very small change in our program. First unit has the national, European, and global strategy. And Mr. Bakoyannis was about to make the transition to implementation, but due to special circumstances, Mr. Bakoyannis will start. You all know that he is at the Ministry of Energy and urban planning and urban environment. Dear attendants of this conference, dear colleagues, dear Professor Matteo Santamuris, who, as he himself has mentioned, we did many beautiful things in 2008 having to do with bioclimate materials, some very special pilot applications. Back then he used to be professor at University of Athens, and we had tried to examine issues of how to mitigate the issue of thermal fiber by examining before and after those applications. Of course, many things have changed ever since. Evidently, climate crisis has differentiated the way we plan our urban environment as well.
Λοιπόν, εγώ θα σας μιλήσω
I will be talking to you about the planning that we do in the entirety of the country, and I will specialize in the region of Attica, both with the collaborations that we've had with the governor of the region, whom I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart, because he always responds to what we handle as ministry. and with the mayors of Attica, with the initiatives they undertake in terms of planning. I would like to state here that we insist in planning because it's a necessity, and we know this all too well. We know that without any planning, you cannot possibly foresee or provide for any issues having to do with climate crisis, and mainly in order to organize space, you have to plan for it. So the Ministry of Environment and Energy plans and emphasizes on energy and traffic planning in an effort to deal with a great problem that is responsible for greenhouse gases. So 2 pillars. One is buildings. They have quite a high number of transmissions. So we have to move towards buildings that consume less energy, and in particular, new constructions have to move towards climate neutrality. Plus, cities, towns have to be redesigned in order to become more resilient and be able to fight with issues of climate crisis that we see and are quite intense through the manifestation of different extreme weather phenomena that we've been seeing lately, and which will further intensify as scientists have clearly stated. So by acknowledging the problem, because there's a large number of people that do not do so, we have to acknowledge that we have to change our attitude, and this mainly means change the way we operate at home. Second, change the structure itself. Let me stress here that the great mission that the European Commission has undertaken through the Green Deal is that by 2050, European towns, cities will be heading towards climate neutrality. And already today, 6 Greek cities have entered this great program of the 100 climate neutral European cities, and will be the pilot with the funding that they will receive by national and European funds, mainly by the Green Fund, in order to change both in terms of planning as well as in terms of building stock, and change also whatever has to do with mobility. But why do we insist so much on sustainable mobility? Because the future leads towards a different model that will be discouraging the individual car transport. There's complete saturation in towns and cities. We see that the degrees of freedom, liberty given led to mining the urban environment. There are no longer neighborhoods. There are no longer walking space towns. If not anything else, we're a particularly tourist country. The product that we sell is high-level services and tourism, and tourists and their day-to-day life in Europe who move around on foot or by bicycle, and the first thing we're telling them when they land on a Greek island or in the wider area is I suggest you rent a car. So they should be able to use means of transport that they use when they are at home or in Amsterdam, Paris, Milan, or elsewhere. So the reason why I'm saying all this is that the new model we have to promote, and which is coming
I can see it coming also for energy reason as well as for environmental reasons, is something completely different. I was reading the other day, and we all heard about it, that at the European Commission there were announcements due to energy crisis. It is very possible that on Sundays moving by car, private car, might be banned. Of course, this might be thought as self-understood because in our entertainment we might find some other ways, or the fact that we might increase teleworking because there is a very high energy footprint otherwise. At the same time, we also have the COVID results where we saw the changes in the features of the atmosphere brought in by lockdown. Of course, we're not talking about repeating lockdowns, but we saw that decrease of transportation because the consumption at home remained and, of course, was increased because we were all at home and in the winter period. However, the decrease of people moving around changed the picture of atmosphere pollution in city centers, not only in other cities, but maybe mainly in Greece, Athens, Salonika, and Patras, which is quite basic in order to make us reassess the way we have to change our centers, our city centers, because apart from climate change, mainly the problem of pollution is something that we deal with in our body. Cancer incidence has increased. Obesity has increased due to the pattern of behavior and transport that we have chosen. So the role of the ministry is that with the new financing tools and within the framework of trying to deal with climate change, is that in mobility will put the stress on bicycle and this is also electrical bicycles were very, very heavily financed. This was very much promoted. And accessibility is very, very significant. We are a rather not hospitable town for people with disability problems or for mothers that are pushing a stroller. It could be someone that might have to use crutches in order to move around and maybe does not have the same possibilities as someone who is in full health. So accessibility should be seriously taken into consideration. We currently provide for a compulsory provision for disability entrance systems in all buildings from now on. Electrification is the future, but it's not a panacea. Electric cars have the same size as conventional cars, which means that we may solve the pollution problem, but not the saturation problem. This is why the model of mobility in Europe and the rest of the planet is moving towards public use vehicles, the ones that we're subscribers to. It's the so-called car sharing or carpooling, where we can use one vehicle among with others in order to move towards somewhere. Also, the replanning of some towns, this is also expected by building owners, urban redesign and buildings that have been deserted are going to be
is going to be revisited. 330 million euros are going to be given to municipalities. The suggestions by municipalities will be financed with 4 billion. So 330 million are going to be in the first phase. And in the center of Greek cities, we should be able to see the same picture as the one that we see in most European capitals. Something that we do not see in Greek public space. The 3 levels I was referring to, from design up to implementation. First level is, this is a very good conjecture. We have many studies. At the level of planning, we have a very good local program with the special and local urban plans. We must see a land use planning emphasizing on climate change, resilience, sustainable mobility, where we will know what is allowed and what isn't, what we can do in construction, and always with taking into consideration the 15-minute walk town. Second plan, mobility planning, and the rest of the regional planning. And third level, implementation, how we build, how we design the city, how we remain on the road, how we can make our centers more resilient. Summing up, special urban plans. Through this program, we have another 3 tools that have been implemented abroad. One is the reception factor zones, where the rest of the coefficient that we have in listed buildings, and where a large number of citizens pays ENFIA tax, they will be able to give this title to the land bank and get the money in order to restore the listed building. Also, with the land bank, there will be, through the category 5 buildings, where these buildings have not been exempted from being pulled down, but they have been arranged, end of quote, for 30 years. With the purchase of the rest of the building factor, they will be exempted from being pulled down, against, of course, some environmental balance. Also, through this project, another issue, those of you who have land plots outside urban plan zones, you know that according to State Council jurisdiction, where there is no road network characterized as such through presidential decree, there is no possibility to raise any buildings. And in combination with any other legislation where this plot is below 4 stremas, we cannot have any buildings erected. This is very important for climate change and for energy saving. Now I would like to get into the issue of the recovery plan program that finances a series of restorations having to do with bicycle lanes, with restoring public building stock. In particular, in Attica region, we have already done lots of planning. Already the coastal front has been designed. We very shortly hope to see it being to the benefit of all Athenians. We have the metropolitan
poll of Ελληνικών, where the total effort is that this poll be a public one, not a closed cluster for the owners of those buildings, with large public spaces, with public beach and activities that will be addressing all inhabitants of metropolitan Athens and the rest of Greece. We have the coastal cycle lane, the Athenian Riviera, that is. Also plans for a bicycle lane that connects the Polytechnical School with the University of Athens. Another similar itinerary joining Stavros Niarchos Foundation with the Acropolis area. 30 million will be given to the region in order to implement all this cycle lane network and other interventions such as Tatoi, Chropi, former plant, and change in the urban environment within the framework for climate change. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be here in order to take any questions that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bakoyannis. You touched upon the main issue of policy, of our own plan when it comes to adaptation to climate change, that is transport. And these will be the next pilot implementation phases that we want to implement, because it's about transport, it's about the city itself, it's the soul of the city. Now let us continue with Mrs. Arkis Kalinikou, who is Policy Assistant, European Commission, DG Climate Action, Unit for Adaptation and Resilience to Climate Change. You have the floor, madam. Thank you.
Παρακαλώ. Αν μπορούμε στο μεταξύ να ετοιμάσουμε και τη διαφάνεια. Οπα. Να σας καλημερίσω.
Good morning. I would like to welcome all stakeholders. I would like to thank Mrs. Paraskivopoulou and the region of Attica for this invitation. I'm here from the European Commission to talk to you about the strategy of the EU vis-à-vis adaptation to climate change. And of course, I would like to listen to all other speakers. I'm pretty happy to see this kind of conferences, and even happier because, as we heard by Mrs. Paraskivopoulou before, Attica has moved on with the implementation. I would like to see all the different speeches throughout the next session. As Mrs. Bakoyannis said, unfortunately, there's another problem vis-a-vis the perception of this problem. You see these images quite often in presentations related to climate change. Many people start by talking about the acute weather conditions, but unfortunately, there are many people who believe that climate change does not exist, that it is a scenario, a science fiction scenario, something that does not affect us, but it will affect the generations that will come after us. We know that it is here to stay. Some years ago, we lived the hottest decade ever, and within this timeline, we broke the record for the hottest year 8 times. This is an image that was published on Twitter by a meteorologist. You can see that these temperatures were recorded June 19th, Sunday, different European territories, where we observed records of high temperature, and or we equalized previous records. The problem in this case is that this is observed very early. We're talking about June 19th, just before the summertime. In Greece, we see that our climate becomes warmer, drier. Previous speaker alluded to that. They talked about acute weather conditions, more often, more intense, many losses in human lives, losses for the flora, the fauna. So consequences are here, unfortunately. Within Europe, each territory is affected by climate crisis. It's about a crisis, in my view, and this crisis is at the heart of actions and programs set by the EU. The European Commission has presented its new strategy when it comes to adaptation to climate change in February 2021. This strategy came after an evaluation of the previous one in 2014. There was an open consultation process. There were some evaluations. This strategy is a result of the work of all DGs. So we believe that this is a more aspirational and more robust text and plan. As you've heard, this is a part of Green Deal, taking into account the target as shaped on adaptability in the COP, and also it takes into account the objectives of the European Union. The vision, as you all know, is that European Union will guarantee climate neutrality and resilience. Until we go there, we need to make this adaptation smarter, more systemic, speedier, but also enhance the intensification of diplomacy and international action, because this is a program that concerns us all, and we cannot tackle it in an isolated way. In a nutshell, what do we mean by the previous ones? Smarter adaptation. Likewise, we're talking about the lack in knowledge on the different points of impact and climate change. In spite of progress, there are big gaps. We must understand interdependencies between climate change and ecosystems, or the operations that they might offer. As said before, we need more and more open debate between the scientific community and different policy-making bodies. We need more accurate and more precise data when it comes to losses. When it comes to the European Commission, we're trying to cover some of these gaps through the programs Horizon Europe, Digital Europe, but also Copernicus. We do create an observatory on climate in the framework of Strategy Climate Adapt, so that environmental information could be accessible to all. Consequences are so extended that it takes a systemic approach. On our behalf, the European Commission has started a dialogue with the member states vis-à-vis the impact of these destructions, and our aim is to even strengthen this locality with a customized piece of advice for the most vulnerable who need plan or resources to undertake action. I hope that in the framework of Greece and Attica, I will listen nature-based solutions. For instance, this could be the protection of biotopes, the development of green urban areas, these type of actions that on the one hand help adaptation, but at the same time they do protect biodiversity, they help in the mitigation process, and they have a direct impact. For instance, they do clean the air or they cool down our cities. And last but not least, we must also examine the impact of climate change to the budgetary and fiscal policies. Previously, it was mentioned that right now the losses goes on average 12 million euros as a cost. According to more conservative estimations, we can see that if we do not prevent an increase of temperature by 3 degrees, this will reach 170 billion euros annually. So you see that it is minimum compared to the 300 million euros referred before by Mrs. Paraskevopoulos, says the speaker, which is the cost for adaptation. Now, speedier adaptation, it means that we must bridge the gap that exists between planning and implementation. One of the biggest challenges is, of course, the cost factor, as implementation needs resources which depend on needs. The Commission has increased the objective of expenditure that shall be invested into 30% of the long-run budget for the period 2021-2027. We do collaborate with the European Investment Bank, but also with other bodies with an aim to further enhance this financing. And something which is equally important that I would like to mention is that we need to intensify our partnership with different insurance bodies, because there are many gaps when it comes to our safety vis-a-vis climate change. There are big financial burdens that many times are undertaken by families or by simple citizens. The Commission has undertaken many initiatives through which it applies this development of strategies and plans I mentioned before. Climate Adapt, I'm pretty sure that you know about the Covenant of Mayors on climate and energy. I would like to focus on the latter, that is the EU mission when it comes to adaptation to climate change, since I believe that this is the most important and the most relevant and the one most related to regions like Attica, which is our host. For the non-savvy, missions is an innovation in this policy of the EU Commission. Missions focus on tackling one of the biggest social challenges and on the immediate reply vis-a-vis the needs and expectations of the citizens. Right now, there are 5 missions which have started since 2019, and they focus on some of the biggest and hottest issues that concern us all. For instance, oceans, soil, cities, mentioned before, cancer, and climate change, which is obvious, I would say, in all missions, but it also has its own one on adaptation. When it comes to the political level, EU missions do support the priorities of the Commission, and this mission is one of the main pillars of the strategy when it comes to adaptation to climate change. This is based on research, innovation, development, but it doesn't stay in theory. Being a member of the team of this mission, I can guarantee and I can tell you that we want to see some evidence until the end of the mission, with specific projects, specific actions that will take place throughout Europe. And we want what Mrs. Paraskevopoulos said. In spite of the fact that Europe, due to its geography and due to the differences, some areas perceive different problems in a different way, we want to see if something small can become bigger and be used at a larger scale. So the mission has a name, which is to help at least 150 European regions and communities to become resilient to climate change until 2030. We have finalized the prep phase. We're moving on with implementation, and regions with which we shall partner will get by the missions and the Commission a multifaceted support. We're interested in creating a community of practice to enhance interaction, the access to best practices, tools, bring communities together so they can exchange, and we shall offer added technical support, some seminars, some piece of advice for funding, about different funding bodies, etc. To this end, we have created a non-binding map through which regions might express their interest in being included in the mission. How does this happen? We invite the reps of different authorities to reply to a questionnaire. which is helpful both for us to better understand the main issues faced by you, your challenges, and record the plans that you do implement or are being implemented, and also see your needs and how can we help you to cover these needs as best as possible. June 7th, some years ago, there was the first forum of mission where we announced the first participations. I'm quite happy to announce that we have 12 participants from Greece, 2 out of which are Attica's municipalities. One is here, the mayor of Bari, Bouliarmeni, and Vula. We're pretty happy to have you with us. We don't have Attica, though, unfortunately. We believe that in the next batch of participations, we can get Attica with us, other municipalities as well, and other regions, I do hope. Let me clarify that these services that I mentioned to you, the platform ones and the mission ones, are accessible by communities which have not signed this map yet. It's not a binding map. And this does not depend on what extent they have moved on with their plans, if there are plans or not. What we need to see is that there is a will. And some regions want to invest in these actions. Yet we think that a continuous and increasing interaction with local authorities, with the audience, the public and the private sector is of paramount importance, useful to all, so that we can all contribute as best as we can and deliver in a way that will have an impact, a positive impact on all our lives. The warnings of the scientific community are too many. We see an increasing impact, an increasing remarks of climate change in Europe, in our beaches, in our streets, everywhere around us. Right now, recovery from the pandemic puts us in a critical point during which we must undertake responsibility, and our decisions at every level should take into account future conditions, as we must guarantee that our planet will stay a proper place to inhabit. Our planet is not at risk that much. We are at risk, but we are agile. Thus, I want to believe that as our climate changes, we can do the same. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mrs. Kalinikou. Very interesting, your points, because this is the most important. We must take action and move on, mainly with implementation. This is our objective today. You know what? This has not been easily perceived by the policy makers. It is okay. We plan something, we must implement it. We must implement in a powerful way. And then we shall also become members of missions. Now, let us move on with Mrs. Karali, Life Up Adapt. He's going to talk about the following: boosting the implementation of climate change adaptation policy across Greece. At a national level, you have the floor, madam.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in today's event. Already we've heard about very interesting issues. I'm Melanie Karali, environmentalist, and I've specialized in climate change. Actually, Ms. Tsalakanida was supposed to be here, but due to obligations she had in Brussels, I'm substituting her. I'll give you an idea of what we do in Life Adapting GR, mainly focusing on thematics that can help the regions adapting everything according to climate change. The Life IP Adapting GR is one of the integrated ones running in our country. It started in 2019 and it has an overall duration of 8 years. It's to be concluded in 2026. It amounts to 14 million euros, and the largest part of this financing comes from LIFE program of the EU, but a very significant contribution is from the Green Fund financing. As you already know, a particular feature of LIFE has to do with their target. They are connected with the development of a policy or the implementation of a managing plan, an intervention, or a strategy. In our case, in Life IP Adapting GR, the immediate main target is to contribute to the implementation in climate change. That is to say, implementation of our national strategy. It was institutionalized in 2016. It has a sectoral approach, and what it does is give a list of suggested measures and actions per sector. It was mentioned earlier that the implementation of the national strategy is done through 13 regional plans, one for each region. It is an approach slightly different from what we see in other EU countries, where they have a national action plan for the adaptation and climate change. But in Greece, this was deemed as a more appropriate approach, mainly due to different climate conditions in each and every region of our country, as well as a different vulnerability level in each region. So this approach was considered to be more appropriate. The development, because we heard several figures earlier, regarding the development of 13 plans, we already have a plan for them. Already the opinion giving procedure has been completed. We have an approved plan, the region of Northern Aegean, but this process is to be concluded for the rest of the 12 within this year. So by the end of 2022, we will have approved plans for all regions of our country. The strategy includes 5 basic goals. We'll see them in more detail. Very quickly, let me mention that the contribution of the project in achieving these 5 goals is done through 3 categories of actions. One has to do with the boosting of the implementation of a national strategy and regional plans. Second has to do with the preparation of revision of national strategy for the adaptation to climate change. And third category has to do with the monitoring and leveraging of additional resources that will be supporting adaptation. Starting with the first goal, having to do with the improvement and systematization of decision making of both short and long-term actions. It has 2 goals. 1, produce and improve climate data and environment data. In this project, we have created 2 basic tools, very significant. One is National Internet Hub for the Adaptation and Climate Change. It is developed within the standards of Climate Adapt European Platform. We are also inspired by other countries that have already developed their respective IT hubs. And the second very important tool has to do with the production of climate data and maps with climate projections. It has been produced by the National Observatory, and it is already for free to all as data, and it's going to be also available through the Internet Hub when its development is concluded. The first version, let me tell you, that is expected to be ready by September 2022, so it's about to be uploaded. For basic target 1, we also have a number of actions aiming to building human resources. We organize regional training seminars in order to develop or improve knowledge and skills of people who work in public administration regarding the aspects of climate change, as well as the way they will be helped in order to incorporate climate change in the actions. Also, technical work meetings in order to present these tools, and the well-known peer-to-peer with meetings with other colleagues from the European Union. The second basic target of the national strategy has to do with the connection of the adaptation with a sustainable developmental standard. Will work at two levels. First, regional, by analyzing the 13 regional plans, aiming to defining the gaps that exist currently, as well as the rest of the needs, which, if covered, will assist in facilitating action at national level. But we also promote the Pact of Mayors. Kamatero, roads and other municipalities are assisted by using, of course, climate projections, and we also use climate projections that have been used by other municipalities. The basic target 3 has to do with focusing on high vulnerability municipalities. We have 3 categories of action. We help incorporating the dimension of climate vulnerability through the planning that I mentioned earlier. And despite the fact that we focus on central government, aiming to be coordinated with regional actions, we analyze synergies between the field of adaptation and mitigation, aiming to use the results of this analysis in order to update the national plan for energy and climate 2030, as well as the long-term strategy for the year 2050. Finally, regarding target 3, 12 pilot applications and 14 pilot studies will be concluded. Mr. Papazissimi will make a presentation regarding those pilot projects, so I will not be elaborating on pilot applications. But what was heard also earlier as a need is that the contribution of a project comparing to pilot projects has to do with the fact that we help either regions or municipalities where these pilot applications are implemented in incorporating climate projections in designing and planning for these works. So this helps the projects become climate proof and helps, of course, for climate adaptation. Finally, nature-based changes are very much encouraged. Finally, a mechanism will allow us to assess and update actions that help with climate change. We already are at the second stage. We have analyzed methods that are used in other EU countries and non-EU countries. Specialist groups have worked intensively in order to make a group of indices for each and every group of the 15 indices groups of climate adaptation. And when this is completed, we'll have the definite list that is going to be tested into 2-year implementation rounds. And by the end of that, we'll have an idea of whether we need to perform any changes in the indices, as well as information regarding what are the priority areas for financing. Final target has to do with strengthening the adaptability of our society. I think this has been
mentioned quite a lot. It is absolutely imperative to focus on civil society and youth in life adapt GR. We work with students and professional groups. The action list having to do with basic target 5 are quite several. Just to name a few, we have already run seminars run to educators, one of them in Attica. There's a guide for educators. Already conferences and training sessions have been concluded, and in other regions they will get in touch with you in order to organize it within the next few months. Reproduction and transfer of the results and best practices is of extreme importance. This is going to take place in municipalities and regions. Already the process for the reproduction and transfer to municipalities has been announced. Municipalities have been invited to get this knowledge through the provided process. And there are also actions, pertinent actions in other countries of the European Union, the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Balkans. Second category of actions having to do with the assessment and revision of national strategy and regional plans. Within the framework of this project, we will update the well-known Bank of Greece study that presents the financial, environmental, and other consequences of climate crisis in our country. The climate projections that have been developed in the project will be used. We will have no climate data. And finally, the results of the study will constitute the basis for the initiation of an assessment and update both of the NSRF as well as the 11 regional plans. Last action category having to do with monitoring and leveraging additional financial resources. NSRF, for those of you who have read this quite long text and takes into consideration several actions and several sectors, have understood that we cannot possibly limit it to the actions of Life IP Adapt GR. This is why we have already started the monitoring of additional resources. We're trying to identify financing gaps. And finally, we try to notify the bodies and the services on possible financing tools. And on the other hand, we need to notify managing authorities about the different needs of the bodies. This is all I had.
To answer any questions that you might have. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Πολύ σημαντικά.
Very important what you said. Starting this conference, we first came in contact with you because this is what I'm trying to say. This is our goal: implementation. But we have finalized the plan for the last 1.5 years. We have gotten all different opinions, but there is a delay when it comes to the ministry. But this is not a reason to avoid implementation, since there is the opinion procedure. This is a small issue that we are having. Thank you. And let us continue with the last speaker of our first session, who is Mrs. Kaimaki, the coordinator of our regional plan when it comes to adaptation to climate change. You have the floor, Stella.
Καλησπέρα. Λέγομαι Στέλλα Καϊμάκη.
Hello, my name is Stella Kaimaki. I'm going to talk to you about the climate change adaptation plan methodology and results. This project has been allocated upon the control of 106 in 2019, August 28th, upon a tender.
Βάση περιλαμβάνοντας το πρώτο
This is included in the first sub-project of the action related to climate change in Attica, included in the regional plan of Attica 1420 with a code MIS 5023609. This has been finalized in December 2020. In its drafting, we saw the participation of our company and different other companies with specialization, as well as the Academy of Athens, the National Observatory, the University of Athens with two sections, the Faculty of Physics and the Medical School, as well as the Agricultural School. It was finalized in December 2020. It includes 12 deliverables and 10 special sectoral studies that are talking about the climate change and the two table proposals about how to adapt to climate change. It aspires to reply to the following questions. It tries to meet the following problems: evaluate climate risk, evaluate the way of interaction between climate and different social and financial sectors, and how these sectors of risk may alter in the future. It tries to assess the size of the impact and prioritize the actions needed for different threatened opportunities, because there are also opportunities in the program. Evaluate and assess the way through which, or rather the impact of these adaptation measures, and evaluate the way through which different measures may alter the risk levels in the future. Comprehend the synergy between different risks that act jointly. Last but not least, evaluate uncertainties, limits, and the trust, the level trust when it comes to different analysis and risks. The first step was a stock taking in the region of Attica. You know it, I don't mean to tell you. Attica has the 35% of the population in our country. The biggest part of the land use in Attica is about forests, and this is followed in a very significant percentage by built environment. This is very important when it comes to the evaluation of risk. Then the region has another specificity. Contrary to other regions in our country, it still preserves the dynamic of its population. That is, its population is shrink based on estimations by Elstat and the regulatory plan of Athens and other studies, contrary to the country that presents a significant decrease of population in 2100 based on current data. Last but not least, the region has some of the major infrastructure countries, some of which obviously are of international level and importance. Another thing, another issue that has been a ground study was the stock taking of the current provisions with the urban planning in Athens, the overall zones of urban control, the spatial planning framework, the protection of the coastal zone, etc. Last but not least, we also were able to record all policies to adapt to climate change. We are not the first nor the last facing the challenge of climate change in the region. Started from the regulatory plan of Athens, which since its drafting in 2014 has spotted and recorded in an intense way the risk of climate change for the region, the different risks against different projects against flood, all the civil protection plans, Civil Attica, of the direction of civil protection of the region of Attica, the evaluation of vulnerability for different biotopes, life adapt, the strategy to adapt to climate change in the municipality of Athens, and some other plans and projects that were taken into account as indications and task measures to adapt to climate change. A very short introduction to climate scenarios that were taken into account. As you all know, there have been 4 scenarios of climate emissions, of emissions, said the speaker, by IPCC, the mild one, and 2 moderate ones, and 1 scenario with highly emitted gases, RCP 2.6, RCP 4.76, and RCP 8.5. These are the codes, respectively, for each plan. RCP 2.6 is a representative scenario, a mild one, where the increase of the average global temperature compared to the industrial zone, to the industrial era rather, the pre-industrial era, is less than 2.5 degrees. For the regional plan of Attica, we didn't use all these scenarios. We used 2 climate scenarios, RCP 4.5, this is the moderate one, and the acute scenario, RCP 8.5. And this was projected into 2 horizons in the short run, with a central point being 2040, and in the long run, which reaches 2100. These results, we combine rather WRF, which is of detailed spatial analysis. This was a specificity for the program of Attica. We used this very accurate model combined with the climate model NPI-RCA4
Κλιματικές προσωμιώσεις.
to produce climate simulations in a spatial planning model. The results. There were some provisions for many different indicators. I don't mean to tire you. Here we shall see 4 climate indicators. Temperature, the average number of days with more than 35 degrees Celsius. This is a critical threshold for us to study, because this was used by the school, by our national school, to talk about, the medical school, to talk about morbidity or mortality due to heat waves. Then changes our provisions talk about the number of days with a degree with more than 35 degrees Celsius. This will increase from 7 to 18 days in the long run, and from 10 to 67 days. That is too early, more than 2 months for the period in the long run and the acute scenario. Respectively, for rainfalls, we can observe a decrease of rainfalls in Attica, which for 2100 reaches the acute scenario more than 30%. It seems that Attica will lose more than 30%, 1/3 of precipitation in the future. Now, the average annual temperature, these also present significant changes, a significant increase there, both in the short and in the long run. Winds seem to increase from 5 to 15%. This one could say that it's an opportunity as the increase of winds, the increase might mitigate, this increase might mitigate the thermal burden due to the increase of temperature, yet it seems that they contribute to the expansion of wildfires, which is an issue that was taken into account during the simulation, the assessment of the climate risk. Later on, we implemented the British methodology, that is the methodology used by the British to have their own action plan. It is a methodology of 12 steps, which start from the literature review when it comes to the impact of climate change. They drafted a big list with more than 700 consequences. Then there are the sectoral ones, the ones pertaining to more than one sector. For instance, increase of temperature, increase of winds, as we said before, which is related to forest fires. There is a review of policies. We define social vulnerability and the adaptability skill based on many different criteria, because, you know, a plan may not study 700 consequences, but we do define the major part of that, which has a significant number of consequences. We talked about a list of 30 consequences, the most important one for the region. We defined indicators and different coefficients. We evaluated changes for different scenarios of climate change. We estimated the projected changes because each provision, each evaluation in the future, each prediction is related to what the region will do in the future. And last but not least, there is an analysis of the risk report as a final step. In that way, before that, says the speaker, this whole methodology was implemented for 13 out of the 15 sectors mentioned, sectors of the economy that have been examined according to our national strategy. All points were examined, but not the mining industry because it's not related to the Attica region, and we didn't examine social insurance, rather the insurance market, because nowadays they are talking about dozens or hundreds of millions that will be the cost for insurance companies in Europe, but in Greece we had limited data for this regional plan. The insurance companies field was not examined. Using this methodology, we were able to define all different consequences in different sectors. In this table, you can see the sectors to the left, indicators used to define the impact, and you can see how this is prioritized using different colors. There is a prioritization of risks for each sector and for each climate scenario for each timeline. For instance, we see that an important aspect pertaining to, let me get one example, coastal zones, which are very important for Attica. You can see that there is a negative impact which is important in the long run. There are also opportunities, we must say. For instance, the winter temperature seems to increase, which creates opportunities for the region of Attica. We listened to that before by Mrs. Sandamouris. The energy demand, or the demand for heating, is a positive impact, is an opportunity in all timelines and according to all scenarios. We move on with transport. It seems that risks are important, especially in the long run, and especially when it comes to the acute scenario.
Για τις μεταφορές, για την υγεία.
The impact is too big. It seems on health and it's obvious on the built environment. Now, when it comes to different sectors and different geographies, we opted for measures that in priority aim to avoid impact, restore damages. These are 112 measures, including the measures that were enshrined into the national strategy. An overall cost, 338 million euros. We include the measures of the national strategy pertaining to the region of Attica. For all these reasons, there has been a description. We evaluated the cost, the implementation body, whether this would be the region of Attica or someone else, what would be the funding tool to fund them, their cost, their efficacy. We saw the cost-benefit ratio, and this was prioritized. We also saw the financial benefit, the social, environmental benefit, and overall the benefit of that action. This was prioritized into categories. If it's about horizontal measures or measures about specific sectors. And last but not least, there was a prioritization of all of that in different sectors of first and second priority about how implementation will move on. Just before the end, I would like to say a few words. One, consultation. Consultation of this project, how to specificity, it was greatly based on consultation phases and on publication phases throughout its procedure. Thus, there was under consultation the methodology, the vulnerability, the measures, and this plan was shaped first having taken into account the conclusions of the consultation. Consultation took place in the following way. There was a first open day before, rather, which focused on the methodology to draft the program. Then there was some other thematic discussions with special experts and scientists or bodies about all major sectors, which took place online. That is, for each sector, we invited the experts across the country, scientists, universities, bodies, services, so that we can have the state of the art for each sector. All these were invited. There were specific discussions made, having drafted before lists with all specialists per sector. At the end, there was a second public consultation where we presented conclusions and measures, drafts and annexes from the beginning to the very end until today can be accessible online on our website. You can see there both the draft and the annexes. There is all the material uploaded. Then extended consultation has taken place at the level of subsequent studies drafted, which went through all different stakeholders, obviously the regional council and so on and so forth. So this was forged on the basis of extended publication and consultation with all stakeholders. I would like to deeply thank you all, but I would like to thank Mrs. Paraskivopoulou, who was the soul of this project. Without her, we couldn't have materialized it. Furthermore, I would like to deeply thank the staff of the Bureau of Support of the General Directorate, especially Mrs. Koufa, Mrs. Ioanna Halari, Mrs. Peggy Malerdu, and Mrs. Konstantina Saprovalaki, because indeed, I feel that we couldn't have been there if it wasn't for their help throughout the project. Thank you. Thank you so much, Stella. Thank you indeed. Now, I will be short because unfortunately, the first part is quite lengthy. Session 2 is very important. It is the innovative part that will be heard. So right now, let us make the link with Professor Santamouris. If there's any question, please, he's available for you. Thank you.
Υπάρχει κάποιος?
Is there any question?
Ναι.
Γεια σας.
Hello. Nikos Tapas, geologist and engineer of the environment.
Λοιπόν, κύριε Σανταμούρη,
Mr. Santamouris, I would like to ask you, I see that many municipalities
της Ελλάδας αλλάζουν
in Attica or Greece do change the materials of paveways, and there will be some coal materials. Is it something that is positive in your view? What do you think about it? Is it adequate or not? And is there any verification for this coal materials implemented by the Greek municipalities? Thank you. Yes, thank you for the question. Obviously, it is a positive step because cold materials, if cold, of course, may be quite helpful. They can decrease the temperature by 0.4, 0.5 degrees. It is very important. Now, if there are verifications, there is the possibility for a verification. Many out of the materials that are produced in Greece are verified by different bodies, and in reality they deliver and they can be exported throughout the world. Another issue is to what extent, and I regret to tell you, even if they're described as cold materials, even if we have included the implementation of cold materials, then cold materials are not placed. This is a big problem. My experience from Greece said that in one out of two projects, the installers, the workers, didn't place cold materials. That is, the installation and the setting did not abide by the standards. There should have been a secondary procedure, a secondary research on that. This is the big issue. That is, the regional governor said it as well. Apart from the studies, apart from the will, it is about what is implemented in practice. In Greece, there is a problem about it. Thank you.
Ωραία.
Good. Any other question or remark, please?
Κάποια ερώτηση. Νομίζω ότι δεν υπάρχει.
I think that there's no other question. Speeches were quite good. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to thank you all. Thank you indeed. Ms. Adamouris, thank you very much for being here even remotely. Thank you so much. We would like to deeply thank you, and we shall continue our partnership. This goes without saying. Thank you so much, and we shall continue. You must stay for session 2, pilot implementation. That is the gist of it. The gist when it comes to adaptation to climate change. Thank you.
ενημερώνουμε τους κυρίους και τις κυρίες συνέδρους ότι θα παρατεθεί ένα ελαφρύ γεύμα Κυρία μου, για να το βάλω αυτό.
Θα σας ανοίξουμε. Θα σας προλογίσω.
της ημερίδας μας.
Hello, I'm Eleni Mouyakou. I'm external partner of region of Attica, and with all the ladies of DG and Argyro Paraskevopoulou, we have started working on adaptation to climate change issues combined with biodiversity since 2011, and we've made it together ever since. We'll emphasize on examples now from Greece and abroad in an effort to feel a little less lonely, take inspiration one from another, and of course listen to something more practical where we'll be listening to Evangelos Giannatos, who will be developing a very interesting issue titled Smart Interventions for Flood Protection of Vulnerable, Densely Populated Areas. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. My name is Giannatos. I'm a geologist, and I was a member of the team who, under Ms. Kaimaki, we put together the plan for the adaptation of the region of Attica. We were in water and floods. Today, we'll be making you a short presentation, but we will try to show you how it worked. This is not a pioneer business. This is not the way people always deal with it. Mr. Bakoyannis, in his previous speech, said at a point that it should be a smart city. And we're trying here to make some interventions that will be low cost, easy, which can be implemented without burdening on the financial and social life of a town in the organized environment and constructed environment, which will help it shield itself against floods. Floods being one of the harshest consequences of climate change. I will not get into any details about how this happened. We have all realized that we no longer have those rains of the old type that we used to see when we were children. In very, very few minutes, we get lots and lots of centimeters of rain. And in a densely constructed area such as Attica, which is going to be in our pilot application, things show that can be really dangerous. In Peristeri now, here we have Schedya stream, the road on the left-hand side in Kifisos River, with the national road work from the right-hand side. And traditionally, many floods have taken place there with deaths in previous decades. And the stream of Schedya from Agianargiri, Parnitha mountain, has been the subject of anti-flood interventions. this area used to be upstream, but it no longer is the case. It has been constructed. On the right-hand side picture, you can see what it looked like in 1945, from 1945 up to 1960. On the left-hand side, you can see what the picture is like today. What you see here is a topographical map that shows the area of Attica, when and how, which areas were inhabited, and the hydrographic network. You will see that the hydrographic network was very, very dense, which means that water flowed, and mainly these were flood waters. We know that Attica is dry and that that rain has been decreased, but on the northern part there is Parnitha mountain, 1,400 meters high, and it has a northern exposure, which means it has rains, and these rains become floods, and due to the climate change, and they become rain becomes flood and catastrophic flood. So in order to protect the area, which is going to be our pilot area, there are two ways to intervene. We either go upstream on top of the mountains and try to make local dams in order to stop the water there, or keep large part of it, or go to inside the city. What we would do on the mountain of Spart would, of course, alter the character of the area. Even current hydronomy works do alter the character of the area, and this is best avoided because huge interventions of human interventions in nature is what has caused climate change to happen. So sustainability is the official term, and this term means that when I go to nature to get something, I should be thinking that future generations should be able to find something when they go there, pick up something from nature, which is what we never did. We have, first of all, constructed everything. We had built up everything. There is no free flow of water. And since flow is not going to be the same as it used to be 50 years earlier, things have changed and cannot longer be the same. From our experience in our projects that we run, we have seen that many, even decision makers, speaking in general, do not take any major problems into consideration, covering up streams or rivers. Actually, we are undermining not our future, but our children's and our grandchildren's and great-grandchildren's future. So we will try to make some interventions that will be mitigating the intensity of the problem when it comes. These interventions could be of two types. One is to obstruct or deter the flood type flow. The other type is to create the prerequisites in order to decrease the volume of water that could impact a construction or a house or a neighborhood. Now, these should have the direction of the flow on buildings that are characterized to be vulnerable or such. So it is important for these buildings such as elderly house, schools, places of gathering, even power transformers of the public power corporation. So we try to deter flood from coming across such buildings. This could be a cement wall that may have been covered by plants, or it could be a vegetable fence. It is the picture below on the right-hand side, and they have such dense leafage that even water finds it hard to go through. These plant fences are used for other reasons, but they also operate on water. And when the flood flow starts, it provides time enough for the building to tell the people inside to evacuate, and gives them time enough to implement this evacuation. Now, we will try here to mitigate the watershed that will be impacting the area. Next to the street, we create those alleys at a lower level. And as you can see on the left-hand side pictures, there is a gap that will allow for floodwater to get in. In the United States, where they were first used, it has been proved that areas that can provide 10 cubic meters for, let's say, 10-15 minutes, if in a long road we have filled up with such alleys, we could decrease the water that will finally reach a building that will be on a lower side. And of course, this can be used in combination with the previous ones. These are called gardens of rain. And a similar case, another case, is at a lower point of the curb. Instead of inert materials, they have used pebble that was put into a metal mesh in order for it to be stable and be walkable. But underneath it's natural ground, and where the water is collected, part of the water will go underground. Right next to it is another case where in a void area between two gardens, they have this area with the pebble, which acts like a filter, and the stagnating water that we have seen in many areas in our country, zones between blocks of flats and stuff, there they will go underneath. And as the flood goes past that point, it will lose part of its intensity. Of course, we're all wondering where we might find it. We already find such areas, but around in neighborhoods, there are some great such places. Here is a combination of those constructions. On the right-hand side, there is a small slalom where there is a rain garden, small rain garden, where the flow will be obstructed and whatever goes through there will be filtered and got in. Same goes next, where there are there have been put some obstacles in between. these are some of the ideas that could be implemented and which are not very costly, nor is it difficult for one to modify. Sidewalks are used. And apart from that, we could also create some surfaces. And we do not intervene. We do not change the form of the area. We avoid too much intervention. On the other hand, we create some oases in areas that need some intervention. These days I was somewhere, and at a central point of a neighborhood there was a downward going street, pedestrian walk for the largest part, full of tables. It stops at about 200 meters, and it meets with the yard of a school. And I was thinking that if we had filled up a zone of the street with such alleys and a plant fence on the wall of the school, evidently there would be no problem with flood events. These are the thoughts with and applications that we run, and I'm showing you how we will do it. With the blue lines you can see the area of pilot implementation. It is not 100% definite yet. The blue lines is the hydrographic network. All this hydrographic network is either houses or streets, and when the flood comes, instead of it running there, it will run in the streets. So we will try to find the buried streams and their banks. And after we find them, we will see what buildings there are, mainly upstream, and where they meet Kifisos River, which buildings could be judged are sensitive. And after that, we will bring the subject forward to the region. We will see what level of acceptance this might have from the region. And of course, many times what we consider as free space on pavement is where we put our cars. So this is one of the two targets, as it was mentioned by the previous speaker. And after that, we will see whether we can extend it to the rest of Attica. And Attica is ideal for such intervention. It's the most flood-inflicted place. It is very densely structured and constructed and populated. And it is our contribution to our mental health, allow me to say so, in order for us to have a cry, because human is one of the main factors having to do with climate change. If we all realize that we have to protect the environment, and the intensity of the problems that the environment has is rapid. Most of you are younger than me, but you must not have gone through eras when in the 80s and the 90s where the climate was completely different. every 10 days here we have a flood. All weather forecasts of the observatory talk about an high intensity of a phenomenon. So we have to realize and educate people and make them understand, starting from our child, our neighbor, or any mayor, or anyone who we meet, that this may start from saving water or switching off lights we don't need, and realize that we must take care of the environment. Yes, I took perhaps took more time than I should have. I'm at your disposal for any discussion later on. Thank you. Thank you very much. You can join us on the panel if you wish. We will take questions at the end of the session. Or let me just mention that these pilot applications are very important, in particular with regard to this kind of solutions that are nature-based solutions, because it's not easy to convince a mayor, a governor of region, or an engineer. So the more examples and cases we have, the easier it will be to convince on such solutions. Blue and green infrastructures are at the epicenter of this discussion. Italy is one of the countries that are pioneer in planning of measures of adaptation. So with us, we have today Mr. Vittorio Negretto from the Venice Department of Architecture. He will be talking to us about urban resilience to climate change, the Italian example. You may proceed to the podium, sir. Thank you. Let us remind you that there is simultaneous translation. At the same time, you can take your headsets from the Secretariat.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. So, dear guests, representatives, colleagues, organizer, Kalimera. My name is Vittorio Negretto. I'm from the UAV University of Venice. I'm a researcher and adjunct professor in planning. I'm bringing you the greetings of Piero Pellizzaro and his apologies for not being here today. And let me say that it's a great pleasure to be here, especially in this venue of beauty and heritage that I really appreciate. So today I will talk about adaptation in cities, so adaptation to climate change in cities, especially what is going on in Italy. So a few examples out of it. And I will bring, we'll see about Milan, Padua, and Venice. But before I start, let me say that also I believe that adaptation is a very big challenge, and it's a challenge that we can jointly win only through cooperation and exchange. So I'm happy here to bring some examples. I've learned others this morning and in the afternoon. So this is the way forward to in this path. Well, Milan. So Milan, it's a very big metropolitan area, indeed a big municipality. Most of you probably may recognize this building. That's the Bosco Verticale, the vertical forest, and it has become a symbol of the way we have to adapt, even though it doesn't have all the solution in it and all the options, but it has become a symbol worldwide. And the city has in the last 5 to 10 years got in this path, and you see all the white in this very big map we have. All those are the main areas of transformations, and most of the transformation is happening also taking in account adaptation, climate change, and the risk. One of the main impacts Milan is having is flooding from rivers, flooding from big storm event as we saw before. But that's not the only one. It also has big issues with biodiversity, air quality, health in general, and heat waves, especially in these days, as we saw in the morning. through the years, there's been many different programs, plans, and actions, and we can see them, a lot of them here. That also points out that we cannot solve everything with one plan or one action, but it's many different moments in which we realize certain parts of to tackle the challenges Milan has. For example, we see here the resilience strategy that was founded through the 100 Resilient Cities program, or the Forestami, that will be the forestation program, we'll see it later, or the adaptation strategy, but we also have more detailed projects that tackled one part of a city or one aspect. I won't go through the whole strategy, but maybe you can read, yes, on the left. First of all, a big assessment to understand shocks and stress and all the things that may happen. And then you see how these, through the pillars and strategies, go towards actions that try to solve not just one, but more, at least help to have co-benefits in more shocks and stress. One example is the air and climate plan. We see we have both adaptation, mitigation, and air quality at the core. And most of these plans have a horizon of 2030. That's a big changing year that will be for Milan, in between what happens from now to 2030, for Milan and for the rest of Europe for sure. But done with the plans, at least for Milan, let's see a couple of examples. So this is the deep paving program. So we've seen how important it is to manage water, stormwater, where it falls. So on site and decentralized. And with this big program, is also trying to focus on providing healthier environment, providing biodiversity, obviously amenities, so a good streets, a good public space. And this program has been started by the Water Resources branch, but it's also connected to other sectors and foundations and private stakeholders into the city that may want to start themselves the changing of the street they have in front of the restaurant or of the university to have these co-benefits. Another project that started from the social point of view, but then got into adaptation too, is the open squares. Through tactical urbanism, so small steps, flexible and decided in a collaborative way, streets were closed or square were closed and then open up to people. So with first of all paintings, and then but also bringing vegetation, bringing some small furniture, and then seeing what liked. And so people build it by themselves, more or less decided how to do it. And green is, and as we saw how much trees and greens are important for adaptation, for the heat, for the water, for the air quality. And trees and vegetation were surely one of the most chosen furniture, let's say, benefit for an open square. And then there's, at a different scale, this came from the whole, for the whole municipality and over, the forestation program. So the big, ambitious vision of having 3 million trees by 2030. Right now we around, I think, something less than 400,000. To have a full set of benefits that I have outlined, also together with the implementation program, but also involving a lot citizens to take care also and be part of this and feel the space as their own. Padua, it's a smaller city compared to Milan. It has a wonderful historical center and many neighborhoods and peripheries of most recent constructions. It has main issues, main challenges from climate change are driven by water still and heat. Urban heat island in the middle of Pianura Padana, the plain, this is very strong, and we saw this morning how cities may have up to 8 degrees higher temperatures compared to the countryside. So in 2 years, the municipality was able to have a few plans that really came out in integrated way. The main one is the Sustainable Energy and Climate Adaptation Plan, also known as the Covenant of Mayors, that tackles mitigation and adaptation together. The citywide urban green plan, focusing especially on vegetation, and the local technical guidelines for sustainable urban drainage system. Difficult word, but it's managing water on the surface, part of those examples that we saw in the previous presentation. So this plan was built also through a live project, and it has won the European Commission prize for medium-sized city SECA plans, and it, as I told you, it has adaptation and mitigation together. There's a lot of different action in it. Most of them are funded or in the way of being financed, but I'm speaking also in collaboration on what this urban green plan is, that has been going through a detailed analysis and mapping of what we had, and taking account the role of nature-based solutions as providers of services for the human. So ecosystem services, adaptation, air quality, so some of the co-benefits what I've already listed before. So this is the second plan, and the third one, we said technical guidelines, technical solutions for all the sectors of a municipality, for professionals, for private stakeholders to actually build these solutions that we need. So they are not examples that come from the other side, part of the world, but they're trying to study what can the normative allow, where can we do, what is needed where. And these are some of the proposed interventions. We have bioretention and courtyard interventions, or green roofs, even if they are on the soil, but this type of technology. We have trees, vegetation, and public space. We've seen how these really work well together. We have infiltration trench, or the rain garden we saw before, and linear systems, so what goes along the road. And permeable pavements are also, as the cool pavements that we saw in the morning, permeable pavements are also very important. For each of these, these guidelines had, as I told you, technical details, costs, normative examples and descriptions, and pointed out what can work and where they can be applied. All of this, so plans, a lot of plans, but this is something like getting ready to. There was, last summer, there was directly from the Minister of the Ecological Transition, a call with many millions for bankable projects. So financing directly cities to build green and blue infrastructure. That was experimental, and they opened it up for just a couple of 3 months with August in between. So which municipality can get there and have a bankable project financed, not financed to get the finance, but we have all the indicators, studies, know where, have the opportunity in their hands. So it's difficult to get that train. But Padua was able to do it because it has the strategies behind it, had the plans that could already have, were able to start this process 2 steps up. So the municipality was able to have 4 projects financed, one of it is under construction right now, and it's nature-based solutions along a city that's the business district, more or less, with vegetation, with permeable pavements, rain gardens. So it's a combination of things, techniques that are known, but make them happen, it's always hard. So all the plans and studies also serve to this, to be ready. Last, the case of Venice. Lagoon on the coast, part of the city is in the hinterland, so on land, and part of it is the historical town. Surely you do know that Venice has a problem with high tide. This was 2019, high tide, storm surge, incredible levels, wind and waves. This boat is not supposed to be there. So there was very strong energy. Since then, the municipality started to collecting all the different action that was making, also to see how to make an integrated response to this. This is surely the most famous project of the 21st century in Venice, and it is the MOSE system. So these dikes that stay on the bed of the lagoon, and once they pump with water, and when they need, they float and block the sea for coming in. This is something that has been studied, planned, project, designed for the last 30 years. The cost is outstanding for sure. It is working, by the way. So this is a hard infrastructure. This cannot be called a nature-based solution. But in the big plan, there also been financed other kind of nature-based solutions, other kind of coastal protection, lagoon protection. These are salt marshes restoration, done through traditional way, and maintenance, or the dunal system that is very important. So the restoration, the protection also with through the law and geoengineering to make the whole coast resistant to the higher tides and the sea level rising. And finally, so we've seen hard infrastructure, we've seen also green and blue, but also what we do once the tide comes. So all of those measures that are deployed by the civil protection or done in emergency, we see here, and this happens quite oftenly, we have piers that can be deployed to allow to move around the city. So all of this coordination is also useful to respond once the impact is there. Last impact of Venice, and now closing up, yes, it's floods, as we saw. And this can be done, so various actions towards hydraulic infrastructure, so hard infrastructure, and mechanical pumps. Reclaim marshes, so where the industrial port was, and getting back to into the water flow and into the lagoon. Or the riparian parks along the rivers, so former areas. So those are along the riverbeds, place for nature solution. And still, on top of this urban greening and those sustainable urban drainage system we saw before, the more are done connected to citizens and local stakeholders, the more they are effective and maintained. So, Ευχαριστώ, you have here my contact.
Thank you very much.
Σας
να πω ότι
let me tell you that all you will see from Italy, Spain, France, elsewhere sometimes make us think that we're lagging behind. No, this is not the case. We're just at a different point in terms of time. So let us remember that one plan or one strategy is not enough. A multitude of plans are needed, contouring the climate change and urban development, including, however, also plans regarding biodiversity, water, and all the individual parts and aspects. And this is something that we should remember, in my opinion. One more change, and forgive me for doing so. We will see Mr. Gerasopoulos' presentation last, and I'll give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Vicente Ardoves Golfe. Mr. Golfe will be presenting us something really interesting for our area. He will be presenting to us green urban actions for resilience, fire defense in the interface area. That is how to protect urban fabric from fires.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Vicente Ardoves. I'm from Spain. Sorry, I don't speak Greek. I'll try to speak basic English and with some Spanish accent. Well, I'll start the presentation speaking about... I won't start the presentation. No. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to speak about who I am, but not to explain only myself, but to explain you who is the kind of person working in a municipality and trying to managing on public services. Why do I say this? Because when you go to the level of the administration where the municipality works, which is the lowest level, we have to manage with some small resources, what we got, and we have to manage to reach to do as much as possible with them in order to make services possible. So we are not engineers anymore. I'm not a researcher. I'm a manager in economic business right now. I'm always speaking about euros. I never speak about watts, kilowatts, amperes, euros. So there goes what happens in the municipality. We have the municipality challenges. All measures in all municipalities are in love with the challenges that are visible. And very few of them are interested in the compulsory services, electricity, water, traffic supply. It is not so visible for them. And they always are concerned about those things that we like to have, but are not necessarily imprescindible to be done. So now, where is Ribarroja? I'm from a small town. Ribarroja de Turia is 20,000 inhabitants. It is next to Valencia in the east part of Spain. And we have the nice presence of a natural park next to our town. This is the natural park of Turia River. And the funniest part of Ribarroja is that if I'm here, I'm in the town, and if I'm here, I'm in a natural park. This is the line, imaginary line separating the natural park from buildings. Until now, it was not such a big problem because the natural park is something which is not responsible for the municipality, but we see more and more that fires are happening. And this is the state of the line separating or buildings or residents or inhabitants from the natural park. Just imagine what happens if the fire starts in the natural park. It meets this, and after this, this is a picture done from a house. This is what happens. The fire will stop in the line and decide, okay, this is a residential area, I'll stop here, and they'll keep burning the fire, the forest. I suppose it's not going to happen like this. The fire is going to keep burning, and it will stop whenever he likes. We had, in the last years, we had more than 40 forest fires in this natural park. More than 40. Most of them were very small. 2 of them were big. And I can assure you that it was really dangerous situation for the city, because once this fire reaches the first house, it goes from one garden to the other, and you find out like trying to save your house somehow. People don't want to leave their house. It's a very complicated situation. And also, it has another point of view. The fire officers are taking care of the buildings, are forgetting the forest. Forest is burning down because people taking care of the fire are protecting the houses. That's why we started thinking about, is it possible to do something from the town point of view? And then we found out another thing. It is compulsory for us to protect our town. It is compulsory. It is not something visible. It is compulsory. So we had to do something. What says the law in Spain? Somebody up there decided, cut 30 meters of the forest, and on those 30 meters there can be nothing that can get burned, and this will protect yourself. So you cut 30 meters and you are safe. But how can I cut 30 meters of natural park, which is protected? I cannot cut it. And the natural park says, no, you have to clean it. But I cannot clean it because it's a natural park. And the neighbors don't want me to cut 30 meters because the neighbor wants to live next to the natural park. So it was kind of impossible to find a solution. And also, if you speak to the fire officers, they ask them, hey, is it going to be a security for sure thing to cut these 30 meters? And they tell you, no, 30 meters is not enough. Cut more. And you say, how much more? And they say, maybe 70 or 80, who knows? I say, it depends on the wind. So just that you find out what happens from the municipality point of view. We're obligated to cut 30 meters. We cannot cut the 30 meters. If something burns, people will get without house and they will have to pay the houses. It is like the history of the chicken. You know, the chicken from above goes to the one below, and the one below when we're in the bottom point. We had the luck that in the area where we are, we have a wastewater supply treatment plant. This is lucky situation now, but it's not a good thing because it makes hollers, makes noise. It's not a good thing to have close to your town. But in our case, we had water. We have a lot of water that nobody wants. So we decided, can we use this water to produce some system to defend ourselves against fire? And that's where we started to think about the green firewalls. What is a green firewall? It is not something new. Just in the industry areas, they make a wall to separate the fire from one fabric to the other. If they don't make a wall, they have to make distance. In the case of the industry area, it's 5 meters. Somebody decided 5 meters in Spain. I don't know why. In the case of a wall, you make a very big wall. How big? It depends on the density of the fire in your fabric, the potential fire, of course. In our case, how big is going to be the green firewall? We don't know. We have no idea. How much water do we have to pump in this wall? I have no idea. And there came another question we never thought of. When the agriculture was working, before the natural park protected the area, there was agriculture, and the agriculture was cutting down the fire. So if we can change the kind of vegetation, if we can hydrate it, if we can have some different kind of vegetation, we will have the firewall. And this firewall will be green, it won't be a wall. And this is where started our idea. This is a first idea of what we wanted to do. Use regenerated water from the wastewater treatment plant to create a defensive barrier and protect our urbanizations. We had also thought, well, we can try to see how to reuse this water, bringing out all these bad things nobody thought about taking off in the wastewater treatment plants, pesticides, pharmaceutics, cosmetics. And also, because there is not a fire every week, every month, every day, we won't use all the regenerated water from the water treatment plant. So we decided to design our system to pump this water to an environmental area of the natural park to produce a humidity area, which now was totally destroyed because it wasn't getting the water it was supposed to. This idea was sold to Europe, and they decided to give us some budget. It was chosen our project in the third grant of UIA for green urban innovative actions, and we finished 30th April 2022, so a couple of months ago. We didn't test the system yet. I hope we don't test it soon, but we are happy about what we have done. So the idea was we take the water treatment plant, regenerate water, from a transport network we bring it to our water tanks, which are distributed in the area to protect our urbanizations. Water we then use goes to the reservoir of La Belleza, which is the humidity part. And through the supply network goes to this defense system. In this defense system, we have done monitoring. So we are all the time knowing what's happening there, what is the fire risk, what is humidity, what is happening that allows us to decide before a fire what we should do. So for example, last week it was very warm and very dry in Valencia. So we turned out our system and we floated the area. So everything was wet. And if there is a fire, our trees will be wet. They will burn slower, the fire will lose energy, and the fire officers will be getting working where they're supposed to be in the forest. And also we're using this canyon to defend ourselves if the fire started, okay? We found out also another thing which was new for us. We cannot, let me go back. If you see the picture, the national park, there is a line that separates the natural park in two municipalities. The fire doesn't have any understanding about municipalities. It starts and it goes through the park. So we found out we had to speak to the other municipality. That's why we had to go through the project with the next municipality, which is Paterna. We looked for a company to help us with the water infrastructure, a company for the regenerator of water, and another company for the defense system. But we had to speak to the universities. Why? Because if we pump so much water in the trees, we will produce an extra amount of vegetation, which will have the opposite effect of we want, because it will burn more, it will have more things to burn. So this university helped us to learn what, when, and how much are we supposed to float the trees. And then came the University of Valencia with the economical point of view. Is this solution replicable? Okay. From these ideas, we got to make these installations. The red lines are the barriers we have built. Through these barriers, we protect almost all the scenarios of fire in the area. And we are very happy with it because all the simulations we have done of the possible fires let us know that this is going to be a possible solution in almost all the possible scenarios. We had to do a lot of changes in the vegetation also, because the vegetation was somehow like this. We had to cut trees down to clean the area. We had to change the natural area to be more like it was supposed to be, okay? And I don't know if I'm going too fast or too slow. This is the pictures of what we have built. As you see, the canyons are prepared to work all the times. Everything is on remote system. And as I told you, every time we have fire index high level, we can turn it on. And every time we have a security problem, we can turn them on. And let me go to the ideas I wanted to tell you, which is the solution replicable? Well, when I went yesterday from the airport to Athens, I saw in the highway all the time there was a wall, acoustic wall. So if we can make acoustic walls, we can make green firewalls. So I don't see a reason why it's not possible. We make visual walls also to be things more pretty. Why cannot we make green walls? So I think it's possible. And how much does it cost? How much costs a house? How much costs to extinguish a fire? How much costs the possible responsibility for a municipality to have a fire in the city? And I'm forgetting about the lives of the people, for sure. But this is not for free. My conclusions: never plan a project in a natural park. Never work with neighbors. In these situations, we had to speak with the fire officers, not with the neighbors, because every single neighbor wanted a tower in the house next to his one. Not in his house, in the next one. Never use regenerated water. Why? Because legislation has decided all possibilities to make regenerated water not possible to be used. Impossible. Never project something with two municipalities, two mayors together. Okay? And never bring together different companies. It's complicated also. But no joking, the main idea I wanted to show you, the urban town planning. It's not possible to have an imaginary line separating a natural park from a city. And it's not possible to defend the city when there is no defined line that says where the city finishes. We have the situation where houses were all distributed around in a random system. What can I protect there if I don't know where is the line? So I will go to the beginning saying the urban town planning is the main thing here for floating, for fire defense, almost I think for everything. And the problem is that we cannot do like Neron and burn the city and build it again. So let's deal with it. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That was muchas gracias.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ήταν πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα η πρότασή σας.
Στην περιφέρειά μας.
It was a very useful example for our area, a financing of such type. These are, we must find ways to finance big pilots for great technical projects. Now the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Stefanos Papazisimu, who will be bringing us another example of a big national project and the pilot application in Western Greece for a very crucial matter having to do with technical specifications. Good afternoon. I'm Zisimos Stefanos Papazisimu, head of Department of Hydroeconomics, Directorate of Environment and Spatial Planning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Congratulations for the organization of this event.
Στην προηγούμενη ενότητα η κυρία Καραλελένη.
In the previous session, Ms. Karali talked about a very similar issue, so I will be just presenting you how we feel about the climate change adaptation in Western Greece and within the framework of the pilot, what we do in phase 2 of the project. so within the framework of life adapting, there will be 3 pilot actions in different vulnerability sectors. So coastal areas, which is the first type, will be dealing with corrosion in Western Achaia. In vulnerability having to do with forest fires, will be acting on Ilia area, 2 areas that had been badly devastated by forest fires. And finally, with the flood fighting in Tolakarnania, will be the 3rd part. This is the river. It is at the northern part of Amphilohia region in Dyrachos, and it goes to the tank of Dirachi. The river goes in parallel with the road network, and it crosses it at 4 points. For 7 parts of the river, we're currently at the update stage, and it has been integrated in the public investment program. The area has ever increasing rainfall, and it is facing more and more frequent flooding. There is high intensity of rainfall, as I was telling you, and there are also inert materials that are carried along with the flood water. During the floods, the supply goes straight into the fields. Finally, in the watershed of the river, we have a great tendency towards landslides. So we are studying how to set the banks of Inachos River, and this will reach up to, will start from the year 2050 up to 2100.
Έχουμε χρησιμοποιήσει το 2,6, το 4,5 και το 8,5. Ναι.
So within this pilot, this delineation study that has a length of 14 kilometers will comprise anti-flood works for a total length of 4 kilometers. The aim is dual. First, to promote and implement a strategy of the climate adaptation indices, and the suggested works will be innovative, since they will be coming from a greener pool of ideas, will be acceptable from environmental, financial point of view. We can provide for several examples. The action would include the topographical study, hydraulic study, geological study, and hydrological study. The environmental study in the end would be able to judge for the proper projects that will be in accordance with the prerequisites from climate resilience point of view. The risk index will be properly studied, and the adaptation measures will be also taken into consideration. What we need is to try and incorporate those indexes, and in order to achieve it, we will have climate data from the observatory, which is our partner, at on a daily and on an annual basis. Eurocordex has provided with the required standards, and special analysis of maps will be produced for 12 kilometers and for 3 periods. The 2031 up to 3160 and 2060 up to 2100. There will be climate data for these 3 periods and these 3 scenarios of IPCC. Simulation of climate indexes examples can be seen on the portal of the site of Ministry of the Environment. 5 basic climate indexes have been adopted as basic climate indexes. Average temperature, mean average temperature, average maximum annual temperature. Another 13 indexes having to do with rainfall have also been included. And the evaluation of data of these climate indexes will evaluate the tendency of climate changes and the risks that they may bear. The exposure and risk factor will be evaluated, and the risk factor from climate change is finally going to be evaluated. So, summing up, taking into consideration climate data that we have for the watershed data that we have for the region of Western Greece, plus the results produced for the 3 overall periods and the 3 scenarios, we hope to calculate, to have an assessment of the planning of anti-flood projects. And having these data in the hydraulic study for 3 scenarios, we will run a simulation of these projects in order to calculate the proper dimensions of the suggested project for the 3 time periods, 3 scenarios. Putting this together with the financial tool, because nothing comes for free, and there's always a restraining budget, we believe that we will manage to select the proper project in the proper dimension, and having followed this procedure, everything will have been adapted to the climate change. So our difference with a classical delineation study lies within the fact that we will be feeding the hydraulic study that will produce a study adapted to climate change. Until now, we have had too many procedures, but currently we are going well, and within 2 weeks we're going to upload it.
Το διάγραμμα σαφώς και έχει μείνει πίσω.
The time schedule is a little bit lagging behind. We have about 9 to 10 months delay, but if we manage to have public to have a bidding within the next few weeks, we will be on track. So, on the basis of the data that we'll have, and for each RCP's data, this study will suggest a first study and lead us to some models that are better climate change adopted. We will then have better specifications, and then we will be using key performance indexes in order to evaluate whether they have been adopted or not. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ναι, βεβαίως. Πρέπει να μιλήσει σε μικρόφωνο για να ακούγεται στο...
Αυτό που θέλω να πω, αυτό που ακούσατε, ακούγομαι, είναι...
What we heard is what we must do. Something that is run in the old school style, and now we add the aspect, the dimension of climate change. This is what we want to do, and we're trying to do, and the flood protection system is the example. Let me add, getting to the last presentation, that the integration of data of climate forecast and what is provided through the studies cannot be done without having access to those data, without updates, further explanation, and strengthening of those who perform the research. This is not self-understood. These are within the field of other specialties. I believe that the last presentation by Vangelis Riasopoulos is recorded because he is in Brussels. He presents the National Observatory of Athens.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ονομάζομαι Ευάγγελος Γερασόπουλος.
Hello, I'm Vangelos Gerasopoulos, and I'm at the National Observatory of Athens, and I would like to apologize for not being able to be there today with you. Fortunately, technology allows us to be there, even if not in person. Allow me to do some share screen here.
Λοιπόν, σήμερα θα σας παρουσιάσω το παρατηρητήριο προσαρμογή.
So today I'll be presenting you the Observatory of Climate Change Adaptation and how this works as a tool for the monitoring and assessment of progress of the measures to be taken by the region in order to adapt itself to climate change, as the latter have been analyzed in the regional plan of climate change adaptation. during the current period, many towns and regional formations around the world are studying the problem of climate change adaptation and draw up plans that will help them find the best possible way to adapt themselves to climate change. However, it's not just this framework. It's also resilient and sustainable towns and smart cities or zero carbon footprint towns that have common goals. So all this should be taken into consideration in order to have an integrated observatory that will be assisting through the actions, measures, and interventions that they manage to have the results that will be desirable, such and effective. Such an observatory could have an area where there will be a collection of interventions in a documented way, an area that will be collecting data and information that will be facilitating developing a system of indexes that will be monitoring and helping in the assessment of these data. An integrated system that will be collecting information and data from all available platforms, monitoring platforms, and will be allowing for spatial processing of data, acquiring open access for all these parameters, and mainly to bodies, competent authorities, and researchers, and finally bring citizens closer together through an observatory of citizens. The basic target of such an observatory is to assist the operational plan of the region, monitoring and updating and corrective movements where needed of the regional plan on climate change, so that both planning and the decisions to be taken will be based on true and controlled data, covering for true needs, such as the way these will be formed during the implementation of the program. Other goals that should be served are the production of secondary information of added value, as well as smart applications that will be assisting the information of citizens, raising awareness among citizens, and in general, the creation of a forum where many stakeholders, citizens, interested parties, decision-making centers will be participating, and finally, an area where one will be able to clearly see whether all what is provided for is indeed being observed. There are those targets to be achieved. So in order for it to be implemented, we need to know the exact state of situation. What is the overall experience in terms of the development and the operation of this observatory, as well as which data and to what degree these are available and could feed in such an organization. A methodology and communication with all competent authorities for the collection of data should be provided for, and a system of indexes to be monitoring the evolution and adaptation to the data should be created. We have assessed the existing evaluation indexes, and we have found so many of overlapping systems and indexes. It is clear that if we take into consideration all indexes, all the implementation frameworks of the indexes and the needs that any area has, there has to be some specific time allowed in order to select the appropriate one. Regarding the region of Attica, we need to assess the results we already have, such as the projections of different environmental parameters, such as humidity, rainfall, temperature, as well as a parameterization that allows for future forecast. With the documentation of the changes and the different climate scenarios, RCT 8.5 and 4.5 will allow for analysis of climate vulnerability for different geographical areas. This will allow for an implementation in different sectors, such as transport, health, structured environment, and others. Secondary information that could be provided might have specific parameters in any of the aforementioned sectors. There will be a pilot implementation focusing on one of these sectors in order for us to be able to understand, first of all, the operations that are needed and what can be achieved by such a system. For instance, in the sector of atmosphere pollution, which is very important since it is directly linked to health and well-being of the citizens of a region, there will be the possibility to have assessment of future concentration of specific pollutants, such as the ozone, or for different time periods in future, 2046, 2096, as well as in present. Information that will be also given separately at the level of regional units or municipalities. It will also take into consideration different scenarios that will be led by interventions that will be planned as time goes by. What is equally important is that this platform gives the possibility to utilize the data from already existing networks. It is clear and known that there is a fragmentation of information, and in this case, regarding the networks of pollution, we have the network of Ministry for the Environment, but at the same time, within the framework of research infrastructure Panacea, there is an additional centers network covering many gaps in the region of Attica and actually contributes to making this network more dense. Within the framework emission, there are some other substances being monitored in this network. So it will be very significant to be able to put all this information together and provide additional information on this service, such as comparison with different periods of time of the past, in order to see whether specific days have significant overload. Let me remind you that in the past, when we had urban forest fires, such as the case of Baribobi, we've had direct information from these networks, and the state was, and the citizens were duly notified. The observatory is crucial to be able to use research data that exists or will exist by different research bodies of the region, and not only. For instance, we could have, through satellite data, information regarding sectoral emissions, such as the road network, or combine analysis with socioeconomic data and have conclusions regarding the exposure of the population from to particles at level of region, and compare with the new limits provided by the WHO. We would like the observatory to be the reference basis for the assessment of significant interventions. We have been studying within the framework of Arsenoi project. When we're looking for basic information regarding the maps that show us the change of temperature, the fluctuation of temperature inside Attica region, and how the pollution of the atmospheric pollution or particles emission may vary from one area to another. We can therefore identify which areas are more vulnerable and there should be interventions in, and find out whether such interventions, if implemented, are able to improve the situation or not. Finally, it's very important to bring in citizens themselves. The participation of citizens should be encouraged. People should be able to participate either by using sensors or by providing information to the observatory, or with data regarding different conditions they themselves experience. And in general, it should be a platform that will allow for citizens' more active participation and education, and help in changing mentality, especially to future generations. the observatory should be giving the possibility to exchange views and between scientists and decision makers in parallel with citizens, and create all the necessary conditions for additional actions that will be assisting the overall work that it will be offering. Let me stress finally again that this is a pilot project that will be hosting some of what I mentioned you, and there will be a full control of the interoperability of the observatory, as this will be maturing in its future additional implementations. Additional sectors will be added, so at the end of the day, it will be an integrated tool of monitoring and adaptation to climate change, and help to this vision that the region of Attica has endorsed, and which we as citizens of this region have also embraced. And finally, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart and wish for the best regarding this conference. Thank you. With the last presentation, we have concluded today's conference. We have a few minutes for a couple of questions or interventions. If we do not have any questions, or I don't know if we have any internet question. No. Would you like to take the floor?
Χαίρετε, Νίκος Στάπας, γεωλόγος και μηχανικός περιβάλλοντος.
Environmental engineer and geologist, Nikos Batakas. I have two questions. You mentioned that some technologies that will be used are embankments. My questions are, do you have in your suggestions, are you going to suggest nature-based solutions, or have you prioritized a list of them, what you would like to have as deliverables? And second, have you thought of analyzing life cycle of materials? And what about the carbon footprint of all this? As for the first question, what I mentioned there is only indicative. We have not yet defined or selected the nature-based solution to be adopted. I believe that this will come up as the research builds up and is drawing to a conclusion. This is something new for everyone. We therefore somehow play it by ear. It also very heavily depends on the financial tool that we will be using. Also, all three periods of time have to be taken into consideration. And of course, we will prefer to go for something milder and a previous scenario, but there will always be, in the years to come, when new data will be added and processed, we might swing to a different tool. So currently, for these specific points, we do not have anything in mind, at least speaking for myself. And please allow me to say that Mr. Masikas is the manager of technical projects. And however, we have not made a discussion about that. Now, regarding the second point and the cost that you mentioned, regarding the life cycle, I'm sorry, I cannot possibly answer to that, but I imagine that insofar as you move towards a nature-based solution, you will try to select the proper materials. Otherwise, it's meaningless. But even during the study phase, this will be dealt with when it is time. Is there any other question, any intervention? Thank you very much. Would like to thank.
Σας ευχαριστούμε όλες και όλους που
Thank you very much for being here with us. Ms. Paraskevopoulos, would you like to say a few words? Thank you very much. We believe that we have offered a little something with today's event. Thank you very much.